Yes, check. Hello. Hello. Test call. Yes, test one, two, check. Yes, test. Nasıl ya? Okay. Yes, yes, test. Check 1, 2, test call. Yes. Hello. 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 Hello.
I see the raindrops on my door. I see the clouds moving on the floor. I know that our time is running out. I love you, see what you see.
Check. Good morning, all. We'll be starting the program in sharp 5 minutes. I request the speakers of today to kindly give your presentations at the system there, at the operator, and we'll be starting the program in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
అరిగేతు కొద్దిగా వెనక్కి జరగండి ఇది కొద్దిగా వెనక్కి పెట్టుకో రైట్ నెక్స్ట్ బాయ్ బాయ్ డంబుల్స్ రెడీ సైడ్ పాయలియా హో 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 పాయలియా హో హో
पायलिया हो पायलिया हो पायलिया शोर मचा रे नींद चुराए होश उड़ाए तुझको पास बुलाए और पायलिया हो मैं तेरे सपने होठों पे तेरी बात ये भी तो गुजरती नहीं रात मैं तेरे सपने होठों पे तेरी बात ये भी तो गुजरती नहीं रात तेरे कायल जोड़ी मेरे दिल की धड़कन तेरी शोर मचाए चलाए होश उड़ाए तो पार बुलाए रखा ओ
May I have your attention, please? Wishing all of you a very pleasant good morning. We commence the opening ceremony of this World Conference on Exercise Medicine, being hosted jointly by the Indian Federation of Computer Science and Sports, International Federation of Physical Education and Sports Science, and Palamur University at this historic venue, which is the Global Peace Auditorium of Brahma Kumari Shanti Sarovar. Before I commence, let me just start with a small quote. Words are too often a weak mode of expressing one's deep feeling. As the intensity of sentiment deepens, we fumble for words and fail in expression. I have the same feeling when I stand before you at the commencement and opening of this International World Congress on Exercise Medicine. Just now you had a glimpse of the cultural program by the students of the Government College of Physical Education, Hyderabad. Now we commence the proceedings of the opening ceremony.
We have a small video about exercise to grade. After that, if the team is ready.
Okay, so gentlemen, as you know that there is a small delay, we will have a small video about the exercise medicine before we have the second item of the cultural event. So bear with us for the delay. But we thoroughly enjoyed the presentation on the fitness. And we have another cultural event coming up. Bear with us for that. much students of the Government College of Physical Education at Rad. Kindly give a round of applause for all the students. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, right now we will commence the opening ceremony with the guests to be invited on the dais. I take this opportunity first to invite Professor Rajesh Kumar, the live wire and the organizing secretary of this World Congress on Exercise Medicine, a renowned academician as well as a spokesperson who has brought great laurels to the university and the state, apart from organizing a number of conferences. I don't remember, but many conferences, and this is the highest one which we are organizing as an organization. So the credit goes to him. Opportunity to call upon Dr. Desuli, the chief guest and the chair of this World Congress, to come and occupy the chair on the dais. I call upon Lakshmikant Rao, the Vice Chancellor of the Palamur University, to come and occupy the chair on the dais. I also call upon Professor J. Prabhakar Rao, the Director of Physical Education of Satavahana University, a former Director of Physical Education of Osmani University, now working with Satavahana University. Welcome, sir. I now call upon Dr. Professor Muhammad Lee, the executive chairman of the Asian Sports Medicine, so exercise medicine, to come and occupy the chair in the dais. With the CEO of this International Scientific Committee of Exercise Medicine from Malaysia. I now call upon the most important person who is controlling this campus where we are organizing this International World Congress, Brahmakumari Raja Yoga Kuldevi, to come and occupy the chair on the dais. A great round of applause for her. She is the one who has been at the front and helping us in organizing this World Congress here at this historic venue. Welcome, madam. I take this opportunity now to call upon Dr. Emmanuel Deshi Kumar, the chairman of the Indian Federation of Computer Science and Sports, one of the hosts of this conference. I now call upon Dr. Virendran, the Vice President of the Indian Federation of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, a psychologist who has been in the forefront of our organization. I now take this opportunity to call Professor Chinnappa, the former Director of Physical Education of Sri Krishna Deva Raya University. I call Mr. N. Ramesh to come and occupy the chair on the dais. I also call upon Professor Gurdeep Singh, the former secretary of the Inter-University Tournaments, AIU, at Delhi, to come and occupy the chair on the dais. I call upon Professor G.N. Khanna, a known figure in the physical education and sports circle, who is now the president of the Asian Federation and Association, a very prominent personality in the field of physical education. So now we conclude calling all the guests on the dais. We commence with the national anthem. May I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
రెడీ అయినప్పుడు जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गान जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की।
Now commence the lighting of the lamp to see that this opening ceremony is started actually. So that is an indication that the opening of this conference has been done. So we now commence with the opening remarks from our guests who are on the dais. I now call Brahma Kumari Raj Yoga Kuldeep Didi for her blessings and address to the audience over here.
I request Dr. Virendra to introduce Kuldeep Didi ji. 1 minute.
Good morning to all of you. Welcome to this wonderful World Conference. And I take the privilege to introduce the Rajyogini BK Kuldeep ma'am. She is a director and Shant Sarovar, Hyderabad, India, and in charge Brahma Kumari's Hyderabad subzone and vice chairperson, Sports Wing, Raja Yoga Education Research Foundation, member governing body Brahma Kumari's Educational Society. And she is a recipient of Abhishekti Seva Puraskar 2021, Achievers Award 2019, conferred by Honorable Pratap Saring Ji, Central Minister, Maharani Jhansi Puraskar 2008 by Bharatiya Sanskriti Nirman Parishad, Hyderabad, Great Daughter of the Soil 2004 by All India Conference of Intellectuals, Bhagwan Mahavir Vishwa Sadbhavana Puraskar 2002 by the Mahavir Sangh Andhra Pradesh. Sister Kuldeep was born in 1954 in the erstwhile Punjab province. Right from the earlier years in her childhood, she was inclined towards the spirituality and a value-driven life. Since her tender age, Sister Kuldeep has worked dedicatedly in the service of the God for the benefiting the mankind. She received spiritual sustenance from the founding members of the Brahma Kumaris organization, including Prajapita Brahma Bhava and Rajyogi Prakashmanji. I am a dynamic meditation teacher, and she is an eloquent speaker and has touched the hearts of the numerous people to inspire them to live a life enriched by spirituality and values. As an esteemed faculty of Brahma Kumaris, she has offered her services various parts of India and abroad, including USA, UK, China, Dubai, Malaysia, Singapore, Nepal, and the Caribbean countries. Nurturing Shanti Sarovar, and she brought to life an oasis of peace called Shanti Sarovar, Academy for a Better World. Amidst all the tech scrappers of Hyderabad, she has been the driving spirit behind this retreat center spreading across 34 acres in Gachibowli, Hyderabad. We welcome you, ma'am. It's a great honor. You are one of the speakers here to share here. Thank you very much. I request ma'am to deliver her speech.
ओम शांति। आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम सभी का स्वागत करते हैं। वेलकम ऑल स्पीकर्स एंड डेलीगेट्स ऑफ वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन एक्सरसाइज मेडिसिन 2023 और विशेष प्रोफेसर राजेश जी और उनकी टीम का भी हम तहे दिल से स्वागत करते हैं। मैडम डेटो श्री जेसिलिया, आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है मंच पर। सभी अतिथियों का ब्रह्मा कुमारीज के इस ग्लोबल पीस ऑडिटोरियम में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। हमें बहुत हर्ष हो रहा है कि स्पोर्ट्स एक मेडिसिन का काम करता है। किस प्रकार से अभी बच्चों ने भी हमारा मनोरंजन किया, हमें भी अपना चाइल्डहुड याद आ गया कि किस तरह हम भी ये सब खेल खेलते थे जिसमें हम मनोरंजन भी अनुभव करते थे और फिजिकली भी फिट रहते थे। ये भी एक प्रकार का मेडिटेशन है, लेकिन ब्रह्मा कुमारीज में राजयोगा मेडिटेशन फॉर मेंटल हेल्थ एंड फिजिकल हेल्थ एंड सोशल हेल्थ, सभी प्रकार का मानसिक, बौद्धिक, शारीरिक विकास के लिए मेडिटेशन बहुत बहुत जरूरी है। जैसे एक्सरसाइज फिजिकल बॉडी को फिट रखता है, हमारे माइंड को फिट करने के लिए मेडिटेशन की बहुत बहुत आवश्यकता है। और आज जो हम देख रहे हैं खेल, एक बहुत बड़ा खेल जगत जो है, हम क्या कहें इसको, अभी कंपटीशन का एक क्षेत्र बन गया है। लोगों को कमाने की ज्यादा भावना है, गोल्ड मेडल में, ब्रॉन्ज मेडल में, सिल्वर मेडल में। लेकिन खेल इसलिए होता है कि हम मनोरंजन करें, हमारे जीवन में खुशी भरे, हम फिजिकली भी अच्छे रहें, समाज में भी एक अच्छा हमारा स्वरूप बने, हमारा अपना व्यक्तित्व के विकास के लिए, पूरे संपूर्ण व्यक्तित्व विकास के लिए हम खेलें। क्योंकि जन्म से ही हम बच्चे को, जैसे ही वो कुछ पकड़ना सीखता है तो हमें उसे खिलौना देना पड़ता है। हम जन्म से ही खेलना सीखे हैं, खेलते खेलते हम इतने बड़े हो गए कि आज खेलना भूल गए, सभी टेंशन में रहते हैं, टेंशन का खेल चल रहा है। और आज जो स्पोर्ट्स जगत में भी बहुत टेंशन और स्ट्रेसफुल है, जिसमें बहुत से मनुष्य दिल से, खेल में हारे तो कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन मन से नहीं हारना है। क्योंकि हिंदी में कहावत है, मन से हारे हार है, मन से जीते जीत। तो अगर हमने अपने मन को जीत लिया, अपने मन को सदा प्रसन्न रखा, अपने मन में दृढ़ संकल्प लिया, सक्सेस इज माय बर्थ राइट। जो भी खिलाड़ी हमारे पास आते हैं, हम उनको यही कहते हैं, विजय का तिलक देते हुए, कि आप हमेशा याद रखना, सक्सेस इज माय बर्थ राइट। आप हमेशा सक्सेसफुल रहेंगे। आप सभी को इस ग्लोबल पीस ऑडिटोरियम में आने का जो हमें सौभाग्य मिला, हमें बहुत खुशी है। आप सबका तहे दिल से, जो भी जिस भी कंट्री से आए हैं, सभी का बहुत 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 स्वागत है परमात्मा के घर में। और हम यही चाहेंगे कि आपकी ये कॉन्फ्रेंस ऐसी सफल हो, वो सारे विश्व में आप विजेता के रूप में सबके सामने प्रत्यक्ष हो, और सभी मेडिसिन लेना भूल जाएं, और एक्सरसाइज ही हमारी मेडिटेशन या एक्सरसाइज ही हमारी मेडिसिन है। फिर से हम अपने जीवन में उमंग उत्साह भरने के लिए खेल जरूर खेलें। ओम शांति।
Thank you very much, madam. I hope that her message will be taken by each one of us in the right earnest and follow them. Professor Rajesh Kumar, the president of the Federation, that is Physical Education and Sports Sciences, and also the organizing secretary of this World Conference on Exercise Medicine, to address the gathering. Good morning, delegates.
It is a good morning from India for all. Delegates came from different countries of the globe. We are having 14 delegates, 14 country delegates physically and 20 delegates online today in this session. We, on behalf of India, I tell good morning to all. Then World Conference on Exercise Medicine 2023 was hosted by 7 organizations, not one organization, and co-hosted by many organizations. International Federation of Physical Fitness and Sports Science Association, Palmer University, Mahbub Nagar, Indian Federation of Computer Science Sports, India, and Brahma Kumaris, Gopichand Academy, Pulala Gopichand Academy, Guardian School, International School Guardian, and VJIT, Vidya Jyotish Technology, JNTU. We are having 7 hours to conduct this a world conference exercise medicine in a very grand manner. My special thanks goes to Dr. Datta Jasilai. She has taken full interest for holding a world conference in exercise medicine in India. Her dream is making true by us. Actually, it is her dream, not our dream. Conduct the exercise medicine conference in India. Then I hope her dream continues all over the globe and every nation organizes like this conference, and exercise is a medicine to promote the health of a person. Then another special thanks goes to Dr. C.P. Lee, Muhammad Lee. His interest from Asia College of Medicine to organize a world conference in India. He called us for meeting in Malaysia. Again, he visited in India and Hyderabad in February, and taken note of the situation, how we can organize a conference. So thank you, Dr. Sipili, for giving us a host chance. Then we are having a lot of personalities beyond this success. This success is not my success and your success. This is the success of physical education fraternity, sports science fraternity of our country. And you know, everybody, exercise is a medicine for all nowadays. If you do exercise, there is no need for the medicine. So this is the main motto of our Dr. Datta Jasilai. We have to promote all over the globe. Then I am thankful to every person that you came here and participated in a conference called World Conference on Exercise Medicine. I'm also thankful to the government of India, the given visa to all our participants, and our government of Telangana also for hosting, given the logo for us. Because of the election code, we cannot call the here persons to government officials for our World Conference on Exercise Medicine. Then it is our elite speakers also there from all over the globe. I welcome delegates and speaker. Wish everybody good luck for 3 days. And thank you very much to all. My slogan is Jai Physical Education, Jai Telangana, and Jai Bharat. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajesh Kumar. I think he is the only personality in our state who has kept alive the physical education fraternity. It is him, that is, because of him, this World Conference on Exercise Medicine has been undertaken. I request all of you, all the audience, to give a standing ovation to this personality. Can I request all of you to please get up and then give a standing ovation to Professor Rajesh Kumar and his team. Thank you very much. Now I call upon Professor L.V. Lakshmikant Rathod, the Vice Chancellor of the Palamur University. For your information, I would like to say that is the only physical educationist who has been appointed as a Vice Chancellor, apart from physical education universities. Professor Lakshmikant Rathod, please.
Very good morning to you all. Respected chief guest of today's function, Dr. Jasilai, organizing committee chairman of this event, and guest of honor, Brahma Kumaris, Kuldeep Bidiji, Professor J. Prabhakar Rao, President of this organization and Director of Sports, Shatavana University, and another guest of honor, Professor Muhammad Lee, CEO of International Scientific Committee on Exercise Medicine, Professor Chandragredi Garu, Professor G.L. Khanna, Professor Gurdeep Singh, Professor Neeraj Jain, and Emmanuel Shishkumar, Professor Virender, and many other fraternities sitting off the dais, and my great friend and today's the hero, Professor Rajesh Kumar, the chairman of this organization, Professor K. Deepla, Dean Faculty of Education, Polymer University, staff and students, press and media, a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense pleasure as the Vice Chancellor of one of the host university and chairman of this organizing committee, and welcoming you all in this morning for the inaugural ceremony of 3-day international conference on World Conference on Exercise Medicine 2023, scheduled during September 2nd to 4th, 2023. I take pride in stating that on behalf of our university, in joint collaboration with the International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, India, and Federation of Computer Science in Sports, International Scientific Committee on Sports Medicine, the host organizing significant academic event for 3 days this morning. We are indeed honored with the august presence of respected today's chief guest, Dr. Jessie Lloyd, as the chief guest. Madam, we are very much thankful to you. You are sparing your valuable time this morning at Hyderabad, India. We are highly thankful to you for accepting our request for gracing this eventful occasion. We always look to you as the constant source of inspiration and support for the world of physical education, particularly in the India and as well as in globe. It is a matter of pride that such a collaboration in academic activity play a very significant role in shaping and giving inputs to the sports extraordinary skills in our new state of Telangana. We are equally privileged to have Professor Muhammad Lee as the guest of honor. Accordingly, welcome them to this program. We are delighted to have represented Dr. Vinita Subramanian, who are with us as the special invitee. We welcome them to this program. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to the functionaries of International Federation of Physical Education, Fitness and Sports Science Association, esteemed national and international delegates, resource persons, and participants in this conference. Sports and exercise medicine is a discipline that does upon basic and applied biomedics and clinical science for the furtherance of knowledge and ensuring best practice in the diagnosis and management of sports and exercise medicine clinical problems. The discipline is relevant to the whole population and seeks to promote health, to prevent diseases or injuries, to apply optimal treatment and rehabilitation, and to measure outcomes. I am happy to state that as the Vice Chancellor of Polymer University, we have also embarked upon moderation of sports infrastructure facilities in our university and many other sports developmental activities in our university. We have chosen a theme of current significance and contemporary relevance for this conference. We are guided by the National Education Policy 2020 of our country, is laying emphasis on excellence in sports education and integration of the 3 paradigms in physical education, sports, and yoga into the mainstream of higher education. Needless to say, physical fitness assumes significance in this context as the cover of lifestyle to promote optimal health, personal wellness, and community well-being. I am sure the 3-day international conference will be an enriching learning experience. I welcome the academic fraternity of physical education and entire India and as well as all over the globe, and all the staff and students from all over the world, press and media of this inaugural function. I once again welcome each one of you for this program. This program will grant success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Professor Lakshmikant Rathod, the Vice Chancellor of Parliament University. Now I call upon an important personality in the field of physical education, a great academician and administrator. He is none other than Professor J. Prabhakar Rao, the President of the Indian Federation of Computer Science and Sports, who is holding the post of Director of Physical Education in the Satavahana University.
Good morning, all of you. Respected, of course, she left Rajyogi Ni Kuldeep Didi and respected Jesse Lloyd, the organizing chair conference on exercise medicine, Professor Muhammad Lee, Chief Executive ACEM Malaysia, Professor Rathod, the Vice Chancellor of Palmore University, Telangana, Professor Rajesh Kumar, the Organizing Secretary, Professor Syed Ibrahim, our former director and former professor of King Fahad University, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Emmanuel Seshik Kumar, our distinguished guest, J.L. Khanna sir, Professor Chinaparedi sir, Gurdeep Singh sir, and Dr. Virender, and all the other guests of the dais on the dais. Our distinguished guests from foreign and Indian delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. I feel extremely glad to welcome each one of you present here today for the much awaited World Conference. Okay, thanks. World Conference on Exercise Medicine being jointly hosted by Indian Federation of Computer Science and Sports, Indian Federation of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, and Palmore University under the aegis of Asian College of Exercise Medicine, Malaysia, at this historic Global Peace Foundation, Brahmakumari's Shanti Sarovar, Hyderabad, spread over 3 days. It gives me immense pleasure to be standing in front of you, all the most esteemed personalities who have won accolades in the field of physical education and sports. Before we commence the proceedings, I would like to express my gratitude towards you, all you who sincerely contributed to this event in order to make it a success. This would have been possible without the support of each and every one present here. It is gratifying to note that the agenda of the conference and the scientific session cover a wide range of interesting themes and topics relating to the field of physical education and sports. I am highly obliged to the research scholars who have made it to the conference, which is an ideal platform for exchanging novel and innovative views. I hope that the proceedings will be brainstorming and benefit all of us in increasing the boundaries of our knowledge. Further, we have tried our best to make your stay as comfortable as possible, and I hope you will carry fond memories of your experiences from this conference, as Hyderabad is considered as the best host globally. Lastly, let me thank all for attending the conference and making it grand success. Before I conclude, I express my thanks to Professor Rajesh Kumar, who is phenomenal personality, and the credit for organizing such an event goes to him. Really is a great person. He might have conducted not less than 50 like this conferences globally and in India. Really, I appreciate Professor Rajesh Kumar on this occasion. Please join me in showing our appreciation for him and his team. My best wishes for the success of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Prabhakaran. You have covered all aspects of the conference. And now, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Chipeng is the Chief Executive Officer of the International Scientific Committee on Exercise for his opening remarks.
Namaste. Good morning to everyone. Dr. Sri Dr. Jesse Lai, our organizing chairman of the International Scientific Committee. VIPs at the dais, Professor Rajesh, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Radok. Of course, we have a lot of guests today. Co-host Zoe, the two representatives, Shani and Mandy. And of course, a special thanks to the director of Brahma Kumari Global Peace in this center that we are using for the whole day. My distinguished panel of speakers, thank you for coming far and near. Students, I see many of you here. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all. I'd like to give a little bit of brief on what exercise medicine is about. We have heard of sports medicine. We have heard of modern medicine. We have heard of internal medicine, many types of medicine. But there's a new thing called exercise medicine. And I'm sure you have also heard of exercise is medicine. We are a little bit different from the latest term that has been promoted around the world by many organizations across the globe, which is called exercise is medicine. Exercise medicine is specific. It is a discipline of medicine that we prescribe a specific, accurate dose of exercise. As what we have practiced in our collaboration with the Ministry of Health. And we have a representative of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Vanita Subramaniam, Ministry of Health of Malaysia. Thank you for coming. Right. And so this is what we do. When we prescribe an exercise program, we have to be very specific, the amount of poundage, the intensity that we prescribe to each individual for an underlying condition called non-communicable diseases, which is high blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, and so forth. And this is the #1 killer in the world. And you will continue to kill human beings in the next 20, 30 years as been forecasted by World Authority, which is the World Health Organization. So this is something that we are greatly indebted to our chairman, Dr. Jesse Lai, who has contributed, supported this movement of exercise medicine at the beginning of it since 2017, when we had the first series of this conference back in Malaysia in Pulau Langkawi. Malaysia has hosted 5 series. And today, Professor Rajesh has chartered the book of success, a new chapter in exercise medicine by bringing it to India. The content of this distinction that he has done, of course, in the beginning when we first worked together, we found a lot of commonalities between him and me. And of course, there's a lot of differences between him and me due to cross-culture, cross-country. Crossing borders is not easy. And I'm extremely happy, and also the chairman is extremely happy with the few words that we have shared just now, that the exercise medicine has crossed borders. And we hope that it will continue to cross borders to be able to advise people
If I were to do this exercise, how much should I do? Should I count them or quantify them in mileage? Should I quantify them in how many minutes? Or should I quantify them in how many heartbeats should I achieve? So this is exercise medicine. So in other terms of exercise is totally different. Of course, crossing the borders this year, crossing to the 6th series, Professor Rajesh has actually brought this to the world of physical education and sports sciences. And this is a very important role. As we all know, sports sciences is well established across the globe. A lot of people will refer to you what exercise is all about. And then, well, I hope that when you have gathered enough information from here, you are able to advise people the differences between exercise and sports, which is skills and non-skills related, competitive and non-competitive. Also, the most important thing is that we have speakers who have been with us over the years. We share the same common passion. Tushan Hama has been with us since 2017. Anna Vemas from Finland. We have a few of you here, Limbun Hui, Hashpula, Sri Khan. There are so many of you, and I thank you very much, Dr. Omar, formerly from the Ministry of Health Malaysia. Now he's a professor at the Medical University up north. And we are all really worried of the situation, how NCD is killing mankind, as there is no any other way of stopping this disease, because NCD is not one microbe. It's not an organism. It's not an organism that kills you. Right? One of the 4 ways that causes it, and physical inactivity is one of them. And we have to work activities in the correct manner. It is time for us to set forth the scientific way how to exercise. We had thought of it many years ago that exercise should be done in a very happy, joyful environment. I think since COVID-19, since the pandemic, since the announcement of WHO that NCD is no longer friendly to us, we have been hearing our friend, neighbor, in the morning, he had a morning shower, he collapsed and died of heart attack. What do you do? Well, that's common. Oh, that guy contracted cancer and he has another 3 more months to live. It's a common thing that we hear of all the time. And I think that we have to take this seriously and don't make it so common anymore. We have to make steps. We have to shake the status quo, or by 2050, more death will happen. All right. And our Madam Chairman has genuinely worried and has led this exercise medicine for 6 years. I have to say this, the content of a character and contribution to this program in motion, Dr. Jessie Lai. Because of you, this scientific program has reached 6 series. Because of you, we have written so many formulas through your generous contribution in the exercise medicine research funds that she has contributed. And because of her, many students have completed their thesis and has acquired and achieved academic careers. And because of her, there are so many schools that have set up exercise centers. And of course, setting exercise clinics with the Ministry of Health in a way that so many patients you may not require to depend on pharmacological intervention. In this purpose and in this sense, the country is able to save some money in the terms of the budget, the nation's budget in purchasing pharmacological treatment. Now, this is something in the beginning when we started off exercise medicine about 15 years ago. It's a very sensitive thing to a lot of pharmaceutical companies when I mention this. Exercise medicine to reduce costs. It has been so sensitive that I have been told before. But as of today, I would like to declare to you that there are many pharmaceutical companies who have said that, Dr. Lee, what you guys are doing, you are actually complimenting us. Because drug couldn't contain all. This drug, they cannot contain, they cannot manufacture it. This drug, you have to manufacture yourself. Getting the right way, getting the scientific way, how to exercise correctly. That's your drug. All right. So, and this program has gone international, and I'm extremely happy standing here before all of you here. We have come this far. Like I said, your presence here, you are involved, you can take charge. And on behalf of the scientific committee, a committee that we have formed, we regulate the next conference. We're going to have a meeting shortly, and we see which country will be next. There's a committee that we want to continue to work on, and so that exercise medicine will be carried out. Once again, I thank you to the organizing team led by Professor Rajesh. And it's also, this is a cross culture that I've never experienced before. This is the first international scientific program that has got 3 venues. If you're not aware, today is here, tomorrow is another place, and the next day is another place. Interesting, isn't it? That's why I said, as we cross border, as we cross cultures, there are so many things to learn in life. And to all who have contributed big and small, I know some of your assistants, when I looked at him yesterday, they could not open their eyes. This is a passion that we do. This is not a scientific program that you come here and listen and go home. This is not a scientific program that you present your abstracts and you achieve your academic career. Apart from this, you're all here. Whatever you have gathered, it is important that you share to people. When you exercise, do you quantify in how many minutes, how many miles, or how many heartbeat you should? And this is the advice that you should gather. If you look at that, in the beginning of this, it is a 3 days of exercise formulation. It's a formula that fellow speakers that have been invited by the organizing committee to share. All right. So I know we're running late. Thank you very much. And wish you all very successful in this coming 3 days of discussions and share of ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Muhammad Lee for giving an insight into the newly coined word exercise medicine. We know that sports medicine, exercise physiology, but I think this area, which is exercise medicine, is newly coined, and he has already given an insight into that area. Thank you very much. Now, at the end of all our speeches, I call upon the most important person over here, Dr. Jesse Lai, sorry, not Lee, Jesse Lai, the chairman of the Asian Council of Exercise Medicine, and also the chairman of this organizing committee, to address the gathering.
Namaste. Good morning to all my friends here. And I have to admit that I'm so looking forward, to this event for so long after we have decided we are going to do it in Hyderabad here. Yesterday was a typhoon in Hong Kong. My colleague, Dr. Lee, was so worried that I cannot fly. But I tell you, in my heart, I know I will fly. Because I understand that I work very hard in my business. That is my responsibility in my life. But to combat NCD is my mission in my life. But I cannot do this without you. Because of you, I feel like, I really feel so thankful to you all, and also my utmost gratitude, to all our scientific committees since we started from 2017, and also for those directly and indirectly work hard, put your effort, your time in this industry and this mission. So we started our, as Dr. Lee has mentioned just now, we started our scientific committee from 2017, and we started our World Conference of Exercise Medicine, this conference for 7 years. This is the 7 years. And I know 7 years is just a start. It's just a starting point. We have so long to go. And I'm thank you that you are with us together now, and I hope to see you every year. We probably may not be aware that every 2 seconds, there's a person under the age of 70 dies of an NCD. My grandmother, my father was one of them. And 86% of those deaths occur in low and middle income countries. I'm so sorry, to say this. I don't know why, but it happened. This was announced on the sites of the 77 United Nations General Assembly, as stated in the World Health Organization new report and accompanying data. In 2016, the World Health Organization estimated that non-communicable diseases were responsible for 41 million deaths, which is equivalent to 71% of global deaths. On the 16th September 2022, the World Health Organization published a similar figure that NCD kills 41 million people each year, equivalent to 74% of all deaths globally. I'm so sad to say that the figures remain unchanged. Since the report we know from 2016, and me and Dr. Lee, we went to United Nations, we met up, and we were so excited. And our passion was, we were so hot. We want to tell the world. We want to let them know that yeah, we have to voice out, we have to tell the world, we have to let people know that NCD is a killer in our life. But it can be helped, it can prevent. If all of us know this, we have do this for 6 years, 7 years. We have tell the world, we spend our time, we organize scientific committee meeting, we organize World Economic Forums, even in pandemic time, we also non-stop. But the report remained the same. It means this is just a start. We have to continue doing this. And I'm so happy to see our panel of speakers. I see you every year, every conference. Yes, I think we have to continue doing this. This is called mission, I think. Okay, the world is dying and we have to do more. As we focus on exercise medicine as an intervention, this year our speakers, they will deliver their papers onto the connect and safe types of exercise and the right dosage for each type of NCDs from world-renowned speakers or all our friends all over the world, and we have assembled the best for your learning. I have to wish you the best, and I hope not only learning. Just now from the beginning, I saw our sports center students very, have your opening, so happy, so energetic. And I think this is our hope in our life. When I see you, I see the hopes. So please keep it up. And please, today we come here, we are just not to learn only. Learn without contribute, without implement, there's nothing. So this is not our main thing to have this organization. To have this organization, to have this conference is not just an event, but it's a mission, and we hope we really can contribute to this world. So I'm sure you will have, you will learn more, and I'm sure you're happy to be here. And I'm sure, and I will tell you that we will do it, continuously. Hope to see you, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. J.C. Lai, the chairperson. She has rightly pointed out about one word we call it as fitness. How many of us as physical educationists base our life on that? Because it is the base of life. So thank you very much, madam. Now I request Madam Vasili to present the logo of this conference to Professor Rajesh Kumar, the organizing secretary. The logo of this World Congress is the Eagle Eye Sports. If you are home for in other countries. I request Professor Rajesh Kumar to present This is the release of proceedings of the conference. The release of the proceedings of the conference done by the chief guest. So you can see the proceeding of this defense on exercise medicine. Now I hand over the mic to Professor Rajesh for felicitating the speakers.
I invite all the international delegates and speakers come to the dais. We are going to felicitate all international delegates, including our Ethiopian delegates, Bangladesh delegates, Nepal delegates. Dr. Limpu, all please come here. We are going to thank you. Yes, our guests, Colonel Singh sir, IAF, our speakers, Indian speakers, Ashok ji, Bhatta Chaudhary sir, Khoko Azim, and Sheikh Sahab, Pasodi sir, our committee members, Mari sir, Jangin, Dugrid sir. Also.
पूरा ले लो।
నానా పండ పెట్టేసి నువ్వు ఇటు సైడ్ వెళ్ళిపో ఇక్కడ వెళ్ళిపో ఇక్కడ నుంచి చూడు నాన్న
Sure. So I thank you all for gracing the dais and receiving the momentous. I request all the dignitaries to occupy your seats in the front so that we can go ahead with the remaining part of the program with the keynote addresses. I request all the delegates to occupy your seats in the front. We have one more energetic performance by the students of Government College of Physical Education, and they are going to perform on the different forms of tribal dance of India. So let's welcome the students of Government College of Physical Education, Hyderabad.
మనోడు కూడా తీస్తారు శ్రీకాంత్ తీస్తున్నాడు శ్రీకాంత్ తీస్తున్నాడు
This form of Indian dance is a dance where they dance from heart. Not only on stage, they dance from heart. You can see the happiness in their face and how they enjoy while dancing. So let's go ahead with the formal program, the keynote address. Before that, let's make some noise. Hello world. Everyone is a part of it, right? Hello world. Hello India. Hi Malaysia. Hey Mumbai. Yeah, thank you for being with us. And Jai Telangana. Okay, to go ahead with the keynote address, the first keynote address will be by Dr. Vanitha Subramaniam from Ministry of Health, Malaysia. To chair this session, we have with us Professor G.L. Khanna sir and Dr. Gurdeep Singh sir from India. I request both the chairpersons to kindly come onto the dais. And I invite the speaker, Dr. Vanitha Subramaniam.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome and the hospitality that Hyderabad is showing us, the cultural dancers performance that is truly different experiences for us from the abroad delegates. Well, I'm pleased to be here, definitely. And there was a lot of, with the scientific committee, I've been traveling about since 2019. And this is such a great success that I see that we can bring this scientific committee here in India. And I wish that the space that we share here with the specialties of your own content that can boost more discussions over the exercise prescriptions, exercise medicines, where we can have more action forward rather than increasing the knowledge, right? So we need to fulfill the gaps that we are finding into the practice of exercise, right? Can I have my slides, please? This. Yep. Well, before, while they're putting on my slides, I was thinking that resilient will be the important topic to talk about on health promotion and education to combat non-communicable disease, because non-communicable disease is the outcome. When we are talking about exercise, why we want to talk about exercise, the correct prescriptions, because we want to combat the non-communicable disease. That is our ultimate goal. So resilient is something very important for us to remain in the fight with all these emerging and re-emerging conditions of risk factors that's coming up around. And this is more important while we just experienced the world pandemic on COVID-19. So that resilience of health promotions and education is something very important for us to discuss in this forum. Well, let me go to my second. Oh. Can someone help me with this? All right. Well, I try to learn this, just bear with me. Right, this is what you are looking at here is the Ottawa Charter, which is the highest agreement on health promotion, which signed at Ottawa, Canada in 1986, which is quite old document, but this is very relevant until today's date, when the whole point of health promotion is to strengthen the community actions, because without the community actions, anything that due to combating non-communicable disease is not going to work, because the community is they're playing a big role. Even back in Malaysia, health is not only the business of Ministry of Health, because we realized during the COVID-19 where health has jeopardized everyone's life. Even you are engineering, you are in an engineering department, or you are schooling, you know, your housewife and so on. It's affected each and every one of us. Then health is everybody's business, and especially to combat non-communicable diseases. That is more important to have to strengthen the community actions. And due to that, the community actions need to be with, all right, we'll settle that. So for the community actions, the important issue is here to develop personal skills, because the personal skills will strengthen whatever gaps that we have, because the research has showed that people have a lot of knowledge. We have knowledge on diseases, we have knowledge on practice, we have the awareness, we know any practice, what will be the impact. But the problem here is the action, the practice, or the behaviors that lead to the actions. That is more important here, where we have to look into. And to have that personal skills, we have to enable our community to mediate, to advocate them into the practices. And the second part is reorient the health services, right? That working? Yes. Reorient health services means the hospitals, the clinics are for curative. Of course, the clinics is for the prevention care as well, but we need to reorient the services to give more skill oriented for the populations to have the skills to combat non-communicable disease. And another key factor here is to create supportive environment. Of course, we need supportive environment for people to facilitate the people into the practices. We have policies that like to share the experience from Malaysia. We have policies that to create supportive environment where our residential area, it has to come with walking path, it has to come with facilities for exercise, it has to come with facilities that we have the society to take care of certain activities that we boost our people into the practices. So overall, the health promotion is actually to enable people to control over and improve their health. And this is beyond the focus of individual, but towards environment and interventions. The interventions will play the key part in health promotions. So why we want to emphasize on health promotions? Because to strengthen health promotion capacity, where we don't have financing and infrastructure that lead to health promotions. But I think this is a global issue where most of our funding are going for treatment. Even back in Malaysia, our 80% of healthcare funding is going for treatment, which we don't have anything that we could reduce for that, because people are coming more with people coming more with diseases compared to those who are healthy that coming when they're older age. Because if you look at Malaysia at the moment, the non-communicable disease that causes among the younger populations are increasing. and promotion urban of health, because in Malaysia we have more urbanized. I'm looking at Hyderabad. It is also urbanized city if I compare to other cities at Tamil Nadu and so on. So I think it's quite related. When it comes more urbanized, we have more issues of healthy lifestyle practices because we are more stressed. We are more in a compact city with a lot of activities that go into productivity and so on. And building over healthy settings, including schools, workplace, and developing health literacy. If you see the health literacy, it's a different definition to awareness, because it's not, we are talking about knowledge. It's only knowledge. When you're talking about health literacy, it is where an individual enabled to make decision to what they want to do in their life, to choose the healthy lifestyle and how to do. So the decision making is key element here, and thus the health literacy is quite important for us to increase among the populations on exercise and the NCD prevention. Well, when we're talking about health promotions, the basic, the important, the foundation is prevention. Of course, prevention is the important part, and primary preventions. But what are we looking at the moment is more into secondary and rehabilitation. Well, when someone has NCD factors, NCD due to diseases due to NCD, let's say we take a common example like diabetes, we have to give them treatment and rehabilitation for those who has very much of end of the diseases where they have issues of non-recovery. We have to give them rehabilitation, and in Malaysia we have so much funding going into treatment and rehabilitation, which is not good for the government, is not good for the nation growth. And we need a conducive policy framework to combat NCD, and this is something that we have to work on. And I think globally the policies, it's quite lacking, especially on developing nations. Legislative and regulatory support and existence of public health infrastructure. We need to invest strategic investment on infrastructure and professional capacity and leadership, because this capacity development will lead to more impactful strategies, programs in the future. Right, so we have two approaches here, where we go to population, we go to mass approaches, and we go to high risk, where we look into the population with high risk, those who have high cholesterol, who are obese, overweight, those who are having risk factors, smoking, addiction, and so on. So this is two important phases that we have to look into for mass approaches, for people who are healthy, people are good to maintain the health, and to the high risk population, so that we can prevent them to go into more health issues. Well, so why this is very important for us to talk here about all this health promotion and strategic development of programs, because if you look here, Dato Sri Jessie has mentioned a lot on these figures. Globally, we have 74% of all death globally because it happens due to NCD factors. If you see those days more people are dying with communicable disease because of infections or accident death. Even back in Malaysia now, the hospitals are overcrowded by non-communicable diseases. And each year we have people who die premature, they die before their age. They go before their age. In Malaysia, for male is 74 is the lifespan, and for women is 77, if I got it correctly. But people are dying before their age. 76 or 86% of these premature death happens because of non-communicable, if you see, and it is basically mostly in middle income countries. And overall, this all death, if you see, it's from all these Asian countries, developing countries, including Malaysia, including India. And if you see now, the non-communicable disease, the important, the main major disease is more on the NCD death, followed by cancer. When I was little, when I was small, cancer is something that we are not widely spoken about because it's not many of us who contacted or who suffer with cancer. But as what we mentioned here, this become a common health condition where we are quite common to hear this. Someone who have cancer, who died of heart attack, who died of chronic respiratory, and diabetes is something is very common. And in fact, a lot of cases of premature death has happened because of NCD. And this is need to be prevented. That is why we are here to look into ways how we actually contribute towards the prevention. And if you see, there's many other factors which affect this NCD, especially those behaviors that prevent NCD cases. It is preventable if we can prevent the tobacco use, physical inactivity, and the exercise, the harmful use of alcohol, unhealthy diet. These factors are increasing the risk factors for NCDs, right? Well, I'm talking about the global conditions. There's some informations that I would like to share because I'm from Malaysia and I have the statistics. Unfortunately, I don't have any statistics about Hyderabad or India. But if you could see here, 1 in 5 Malaysians are diabetes. They are suffering from diabetes, and that's about 3.9 million people who aged 18 years and above. Now, if you could see in Malaysia, we have more youngsters who with NCD factors, risk factors, which lead to diabetes. And there are many youngsters who suffer with cardiovascular issues. And cholesterol, of course, another silent killer that we have. 4 in 10 Malaysians are hyperlipid with high cholesterol. And we also have hyper pressure because diabetes, once you have diabetes, you have hypertension. They are friends together. Once one come and another will follow. So 3 in 10 Malaysians are hypertensive. So this is the outcome of non-healthy behaviors that lead to all this non-communicable condition, right? And the other diet where we have people in Malaysia as well, we are very sweet, and we have, if you could see here, the daily intake prescriptions, but 95% of Malaysians do not eat fruits and vegetables. There is many more factors to it, but I see in Hyderabad, I saw a lot of fruits and vegetables are selling over here. That's something good that I noticed. And that's one great practice in Hyderabad. I've noticed that you don't use sugar into your drinks. You have presented separately, which is good behavior that it has to sustain. And are we active enough? If you see Malaysians, 1 in 4 Malaysians are not active. So this is the data that we have to work towards for preventions and increase the healthy behaviors among Malaysians. And this is about alcohol and depressions, mental health, something very subjective. We don't talk about it. Like it's very similar to Asian countries that we don't talk about health. We don't talk about mental health. We don't talk about stress, that which we need to address this. And that exactly, actually we can combine together with exercise. We can combine together with physical activity to release the mental stress. I think we would have some topics we're talking in this forum about mental health and physical exercise. And this is something that we notice in Malaysia after this COVID pandemic, that we need to talk and we need to do more on mental health. Well, in a nutshell, what we are looking here is the increase of prevalence of health risk factors. That is worrying because we don't have enough funding. We don't really have funding to treat all these people who are coming with diseases, because we will drain out with our fundings, health fundings, if we have more people who will sick, right? So this burden of NCD is increasing, and we need to stop, or we need to reduce it by having more people into the practice to prevent non-communicable disease. And non-communicable disease, it advancing, if you see from COVID-19, we have patients who contact with infection COVID-19, and the possibility, the chances of them having more morbidity, mortality is higher compared to those who don't have non-communicable disease. And this is something that we have to ponder about, because when the next, or if there is any major outbreak that we may face in the future, we have to minimize the mortality and morbidity rate due to all these non-CD cases and also the infection. So the important leading towards NCD is to have healthy lifestyle among community to improve body immunity, because we need to have our lifestyle immunity to combat non-communicable disease. And that is one of it is exercise and physical activity. Right, while talking about resilience, we have to look into key challenges. We have people, we have population that aging. Perhaps in India, you still have the working production age group of people who are in a higher proportion. But in Malaysia, we will come to aged population in 2030. And we could see now we have more older people compared to the younger. What will be the problem is when we have more older generations, we have more lesser working population, which can contribute to economy. That is worrying, because we need more people to work towards the nation growth. And when we have more aged people, we need someone to take care of them. And of course, like Malaysia, any other Asian country, the responsibility of our older people is on the younger populations. So when we have people, older people, and more of them are with NCD factors, so that is double burden to nation and of course for a family. And growing non-communicable disease, we have more and more cases of non-communicable diseases, an increase of risk factors, especially on inactivity. Less people are active. We have mental health burden and also suicidal behavior due to that. This is quite rampant, visible after or during the COVID-19, which we have to give more focus on it, and re-emerging and persistent of infectious disease. So we have infectious disease, and we have also the non-communicable disease that on the rise. And constraint in resources, because we don't have enough funding. Even in Malaysia, we have no enough funding. If you go to government hospitals, we have long queue to get services. Treatment is because of we don't have more resources. We don't have more experts where could treat the patients on time, because we have more people who coming with NCD factors, diabetes, amputations, cardiovascular issues, and so on. Well, overcrowding in clinic and hospital was the major issues lately in Malaysia, where we have to extend our hours in the hospitals, but that doesn't help because it's not the primary the primary action to prevent the overcrowding, because we need people to be more healthier than they come with all these NCD factors, because those days the hospital emergency will be more on the accidental cases, but now they're coming more with the NCD cases. So what we're trying to do lately, we try to push them back to clinic. We try to operate the clinic hours more longer, but that doesn't solve the issues as well, because this is we are not going to open more clinics, we are not going to open more hospitals because people are more sick, people are more with the non-communicable diseases. We need people to stay healthy until their lifespan. So that will be the best way or best solution. And evolution of expansions of primary healthcare and scope of activities, that is one of the challenges. And expansions of health promotion scope with new programs when we have limited budget. So we have double burden here of malnutrition, where we have people who are very healthy, they are more nourished people, and also we have stunting people with less of nutrition. So we have all these challenges. I'm sure even in India you have these issues, and pandemic and public health emergencies, that something that beyond our control. We may have pandemic or any public health emergencies in the future that we have to be prepared for. Right, this is a bit of chronology that what I would like to share here from Malaysia, where those days in 1991 and 1996, we are looking into more awareness. We are looking into more campaigns. We want people to know more on the diseases, how to cope and so on. But 1997, we are looking into behavioral based, because we have to target to the behavior and design the program based on behavior. In 2003 to 2020, we are looking, we are more into still the behavior based, but we are actively going into setting lifestyle campaigns at schools, at hospitals, at workplace, at community settings. And we are looking into more interventions, because we know people got their knowledge, their awareness, but they don't have the skills. So we have to go into more interventions. We have to give them skills, how to stay healthy, how to cope, how to quit smoking, how to do exercise properly, how to have, and even we have behavior modifications at certain hubs that we have in Malaysia. And empowerment and community mobilization is the key, because we want community to take charge, you to take charge, rather than we push that to the government, right? So in 2021, we have whole of nation approach, which the national agenda, where we launched in 2021 to combat non-communicable disease, at the same time to empower the community. Right, that is a bit of what is the transition of health promotion back in Malaysia. So when we're talking about health promotions and the transition, we are looking into from sick care. We don't want to have sick care. When people come with sick, we're going to treat them. That's not going to work. So we want to shift from the pandemic sick care to healthcare and wellness. In fact, this whole month in September, in Malaysia is month of wellness, where we have a lot of activities that's going on, right? So looking into that, we need to have individual and family community care, where we have to advance the promotions with strategic partners, of course, with the private and public partners, and multi-sectoral coordinations is not only the Ministry of Health or government, and empower individuals towards their self-care and wellness, and early intervention to reduce the risk. That is all about, and that is, we are here in the conference. So we have 5 strategies here. The first, strengthening health promotion education, digitalization, that's more important now that we realize after the pandemic, policy and engagement, and also greater emphasis on promotive and preventive care and behavioral insight. We want to have strategic funding with the data driven, because we're not going to hit everything with the program, but we want to know where and when to hit. So the data is very important, especially on behavioral patterns. So this is the first strengthening the health promotion. As what I have mentioned here, we have to review mapping the resource equipment, because we don't have much funding, restructuring health lifestyle interventions, because we can't talk about awareness all the time. We have to talk about what the actions, and ensuring effective health spending, potential service outsourcing, and expansion of services, because here we want to have sustainable and equitable health financing, and also whole of government and society. approach. And second, of course, the digitalization, more fundings, more investment has to go, because digitalization is the era of the future, and health promotion has to go into digitalization and database. Well, policy engagement, I think it is lacking globally. And the health literacy, well, in Malaysia, we have will have health literacy blueprint and intervention to reduce and also to strengthen risk communications that will launch somewhere end of this year. And that is to empower the population for self-care, because health literacy, we want people to more take decision and know what to do and what decisions to make. And the fourth is emphasize on promotive. If you look at the second bullet, where is we have wellness hub, wellness on wheel, where this is hubs where we empower the community, and we have clinic for exercise, prescription, where people, we have trained exercise therapies where they prescribe those who are with NCD pre-factors like pre-diabetes, hypertension, those who are obese, to tell them what is the dosage of exercise. So this is one of the services that we reorient the health services for the publics. And the third is more on the volunteers. Yeah, my champion, we call them. There are community people who are being trained and skilled with health to prevent NCD, and they will be the partners together with the community. So we need more community who are volunteers into the NCD preventions. Okay, and the decision based, because we need strategic funding for behavior insight. So this is something very important and emerging in Malaysia, where we have a institute that we opened lately. So the resilient, the overall, the key points to take home message for you all, actually the resilience of health is to reduce risk factor, premature death, and improve quality of life across lifestyle and life costs. And we want to provide early interventions that should be in the policies and responsibility of all sectors, stakeholders, including community level. I think that will be my last slide. And with that, thank you. And terima kasih is the way we say thank you in Malaysia. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vani. Really a wonderful beginning with your keynote speech on this health promotional aspect. And that's actually related to more about the theme also. And you have really put across various problems across world and particularly in Malaysia. And your best evidences which you have given are really wonderful. And thank you very much for a very good presentation. Thanks a lot.
Sure. I request the chairpersons to give us a certificate to the keynote speakers. I request Professor C. Virendra sir to give the certificates to the chairpersons, Professor G.L. Khanna and Dr. Gurdeep Singh sir. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. So the next session of the day, these days we have come across a serious issue of sudden deaths of youngsters while performing exercises or in the gym sessions. So to speak about this, we have with us Professor Major Bhaktiar Chaudhary sir from the Spine Clinics, India. And the topic will be sudden death among exercising youth. And to chair the session with us, we have Dr. Srikant Babu Venga, Dr. Neil Jain, and Professor Chinnapalli sir. I request you to kindly chair the session, sir. Welcome, sir. Yeah, thank you. Slide. यहीं से करूंगा सर. Yeah.
I invite Dronacharya Sri N. Ramesh sir to also chair the session.
This will be slide. Don't worry. Yeah. Slideshow lagana, please. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. A lot of people are busy with selfie outside. But if the self is not there, there is nothing is there. We are only seeing in television and web channels and WhatsApp messages, VIPs dying, celebrities dying, but there are also common youth are dying in the gymnasium, on the ground, on computer desk, and while sleeping. This is a very serious issue because we have created a world for next generation and the next generation is vanishing. Who will bear the responsibility? We are the leaders of the science and we have done a lot of research, but there is something is lacking. Next, yeah. Now, you can see here in a picture, there are only some couple of celebrities who died in their peak age of earning the name, fame, everything. They suddenly died. Families got ruined, followers felt very sad, and there are a lot of problems there. Yeah, next please, it doesn't work. Why sudden death? This is very, very important, especially we are talking about young people, maybe athletes or non-athletes or from any occupation. Now, a lot of Western data, if you see, every 2 to 3 days, one young athlete is dying. It's very, very sad. We trained him for 10 to 15 years and he dies suddenly on the track or in a gymnasium. It's really a shame for scientific fraternity. And number one cause of sudden death during exercise is exercise. That means it's very, very sad. We are exercising one side to prevent disease and we are giving medicine on the other side to control disorder so that we have a healthy longevity of life. But the whole goal is not being achieved. There are no warning signs in these people. They die suddenly. In the midst of the play, suddenly he collapses, especially basketball, football, volleyball, rugby. These are the games we found many players who died suddenly on the field. And if action is not taken, because in developing countries, how many of us know really to provide food? We do not have external, defibrillators readily available or not trained personnel readily available. So we are not really geared up to save a person who suddenly gets a cardiac arrest, first sign of death. There are also players who die after a while. He's gone for a good exercise session and comes up home after a couple of hours, he dies while lying down, while sitting on the dining chair. So this is of a very, very serious consequence. So a lot of literature review, if you do, there are some causes readily available. Some are medical, genetic. Yeah, genetic abnormalities we cannot detect early. People can die early. A small coronary artery, nerve supply of the heart is not developed. So basically the child is born with some anomaly. These are the people can develop
and very, very difficult to find out. Medical causes. There are a lot of medical causes. I'm going to show in next slide. But I am not interested in this medical and genetic. I am more focusing on lifestyle causes. Sleep, stress. Stress means stress is an important issue we need. To come to this area, we took 1.5 hours to drive and come. It's a stress, but it's a positive stress. We came in happiness to achieve a conference. So similarly, but there is a stress which causes a negativity in the body. All the time is thinking, worried. A person is gymming, is lifting 20 kilos at a 2 RM level for his biceps, and suddenly he got a call from his wife with an anxious call. He says, put another 20. Out of anxiety, out of anger, he's pushing himself. But he's not thinking, he's pushing his heart. He's pushing his catecholamines. He's decreasing all parathormones and other hormones. His chemistry is changing. There are unknown causes also, post-COVID scenario. We are still not aware whether COVID disease is causing, vaccine is causing, medical treatment is caused. No clear data available, but it has to be remembered. Microwave radiation. Actually, people are dying because of phone only. Because of this is wife, this is husband, this is everything. Tomorrow you got an artificial intelligence, he'll create a wife, he'll marry through phone, he will have e-marriage, e-sex, e-romance. There is no surprise of young life, young marriage. This is the culprit which is causing, because your focus is gone. Yeah, little bit medical, although you're not all of them from medical fraternity. I will simplify. Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. This is a disease where heart is big size. You know, a strong, medium-sized heart can pump better, but very flabby, baggy, big heart cannot pump. There is a congenital disease. People are born. Bachpan se paida hote hain aise hi. These people, heart doesn't push. But when you push hard in exercise, he may go into cardiac arrest. Coronary artery, the blood vessel which supplies the heart muscle. It is thin, narrow, abnormally placed, can predispose a death. And long QT, that means your electrical contraction is not very simple as a healthy person. Heart is not getting electrical supply. The voltage is going down and up, so heart can stop. Head injuries, neck injury, back injury, of course, we all know blood loss, nervous injury or injuries can be very fatal among youth. And finally, exercise-induced asthma should not be forgotten. All coaches, trainers, doctors, always you remember anybody who has the allergic phenomena, he can get into a serious asthmatic attack and even he may die, because exercise itself can stimulate your aggression by your lung tissue, can go into hypoxia and hypoxia of the brain. Now, who is this man? I don't stop my lecture without telling about him. He is a great marathon runner. In fact, we ran Oroville Marathon in 2002. He was the CEO of a very highly placed person in a software company of SAP. He died at the age of 42 years. Suddenly, after coming from a gym, hale and healthy person, no medical risk factors. He has a very positive lifestyle. But why he died? Whole world of corporate areas all shaken up by death of Mr. Ranjan Das. Let us look what happened. Next slide. Yeah. This is a very important message to carry home. All of you, especially young children, young people who even danced here. Nobody is sleeping today. Everybody is awake. You remember, we sleep because of some hormones like a melatonin, endorphin, encephalin, 5-hydroxytryptamine, serotonin, all are light sensitive. If you want to sleep, if all of us want to sleep here, shut off all the lights, we'll sleep in within no time. But today, this light is on, cell phone, LED is on. People are not sleeping. Your catecholamines are stimulated, adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol. So they don't let sleep. This person, unfortunately, slept only 4 to 5 hours for many years. This was the cause of death. not BP, cholesterol. Cholesterol story, you can just forget about it. It's not going to kill anybody. This is what is going to kill. How sleep kills a person. Your engine is on, you're putting in the car in the garage. You're not switched off. Whole night fuel is burning. Your exhaust is accumulating in the house. Temperature of the room is increasing. That is what happens to your heart. That is why young people die. Just take care. 25 to 49 years is a peak age where a lot of metabolic demands of their body wants more ATPs, more calories, more glycogen, more hormones. That is the time you are stressing the body. A person who doesn't sleep more than 5 hours, his blood pressure can go high, more than 200 to 300% time goes high. You are not measuring a blood pressure in the midnight, but you are thinking and sleeping. This is what happens. Unprecedented, uncontrolled peak of this blood pressure puts cardiovascular system under tremendous pressure. This is the cause of sudden death. And there are also a lot of chemistry changes. We all measured interleukin-6, IL-6 during COVID because it's an inflammatory disease and it causes heart disease. That's why people died of COVID. The heart problem is because of IL-6, tumor necrosis factor alpha, and C-reactive protein. You remember C-reactive protein we measured, but others we don't. These are the biochemical factors, markers, which tells you that you're going to die. And they're all going to increase when person doesn't have sleep. Remember, a person who is gymming or is running on the ground, coach should ask, did you sleep yesterday? At least 7 hours? Otherwise, let him go. Like in Western countries, a driver if doesn't sleep 8 hours, his lorry is stopped. This is what we require. And next bunch of people are the performers, want to perform within no time. He just learned 2 services and forehand, backhand in tennis. He wants to go to Wimbledon directly. This is the aspiration of a rich parent or aspiration of a coach who want to earn money out of that parent. Catastrophe. These are all performers in the banking occupation, sports, older athletes, all of them died in middle age. Very, very productive age. So, are we living to work? Are we working to live? Everybody should ask a question. Are we working to live? Or are we living to work? If your work takes over your life, there is no work-life balance. We talk too much about work-life balance, but we have no strategies to handle work-life balance in youth. We have not created a guidelines for these companies around this building to make employees work only 9 to 5. They work 16 hours. Go home, work another 4 hours. Who is responsible? System. And all these imbalance of work life can kill. It again causes all the biochemical parameters, blood pressure, contraction of coronary arteries, cerebral arteries, and these are the medical causes of death. So, what is the passport to health? You work more than 100 hours a week and sleep less than 6 hours. Please copy this slide. I don't mind, because this is the passport, not the passport what you're going to get from a passport office. Our children and their children and all the children who dance, I don't hope many of them have already applied for this passport. Let us stop. This is the most dangerous situation of the social life. Let us talk about, in COVID, top 20 bodybuilders of India died. Why? Is bodybuilding is bad for health? Absolutely wrong. Kaukab Azim will agree with me. It is not bad for your health, but if you do in your limits. You want to grow biceps in an abnormal size. What you have seen the video. You want the youth to follow that video? I don't want. In the world, the longest living people are the aerobic runners, cyclists, rowers, walkers, joggers, and the next group of people who have a good muscle to balance your cardiorespiratory system. No system, your musculoskeletal system should not take over the cardiorespiratory system. In the same way, a cardiorespiratory man should not neglect you need a balance. That is what we have studied, health-related fitness, skill-related fitness. What happened to those fitnesses? Why do we need this? Yes, there is for some sport, I agree, but they must follow intensity rules. 1 RM, 10 RM, 20 RM. Are we going for a competition? Are we going for some throwing sport? Why a young youth should go and work in the gym 6 RM, 2 RM intensity of exercise? Absolutely mad. These are the people who die. Breathing. People do not know breathing. If you want to lift this bottle, when I'm lifting, I should leave your breath. But what we do? You're doing exactly reverse because we are not taught. When you load your muscle, you exhale. When you relax your body, you inhale. That's how you make up space for your oxygen. That's how you reduce the one silver maneuver of the cardiorespiratory system. That's how you save your life. Recovery. People don't recover. Why those heroes died in gym? They slept only 3 hours. Shooting, money earning, exercising, intensity. That too also for a YouTube video. Because how much intensity you can lift, how many pulties you can make, for whom you're fooling. Don't fool yourself. Finally, poor periodization. We all learned in physical education, medicine, everything has to be periodized. Time, exercise, recovery, work-rest ratio, nutrition, micronutrients. Arey Baba, it is not one item. It is a holistic handling of an exercise program. The warning signs. First warning sign is a shortness of breath. Remember, if a boy is climbing 10 steps easily, if tomorrow he is not able to climb 10 steps, straight away put him in hospital, get his ECG, 2D echo, angiogram, whatever it is, blah, blah, you should do it. First sign of approaching cardiac death is shortness of breath. That is the shortness of breath for an accustomed activity. I used to run 3 floors, but today I am going very slowly. Surely, unless I have asthma, I must go to the hospital, check. सब लोग चेक करना चाहिए अगर आपकी सांस नॉर्मल काम में अगर फूलती है. This is a eye-opening rule. Palpitation. You can feel your heartbeat. Normally we don't feel, but sometimes we can know. That is an indication there is something wrong. Finally, stress, of course, imbalance. I have 10 rupees, I want to buy 20 rupees. There is an imbalance. I have 4 hours in work, but I want to work 5 hours. 1 hour I have to take from wife, then I have to bear with her. So this is what happens. So you need to handle between your demands and resources, your exercise and recovery, your work, your ratio, your number of calories you burn, number of calories, everywhere the balance is the secret of life. Now, for example, sorry, I'll take 2 more minutes only. This is a hyena, this is a small deer cub. Let us learn from animals how to manage stress. Now imagine a hyena chases this small deer cub and the deer escapes. What it does? Evening, it goes to pub. It have 2-3 beer bottles and dances because I saved my life. Number 1. Number 2, what it does? It prepares a strategy. I will not go at least within 50 meters of this hyena in my lifetime. Secondly, I will move close to bush where I can run away, or I will move with my family I can have a support from them. This is the strategies. But see here, lady hyena sitting here. She had a discussion with her boss. Boss said, sorry, your work is not done. She didn't leave the topic there. She brought her laptop home. She's working whole night, neglected her child. Husband is crying. She wanted to prove herself to her boss, and boss is always right. She doesn't understand. Trying to prove others all the time, we are stressing ourselves. To buy a big car to show it to others, to buy a big muscle to show it to somebody, to buy a new dress. Don't do it. Relax, enjoy with yourself. This is what we have learned from animals. What is the stress response? As I told you, it triggers your stress hormone. So BP raises, sugar raises, muscles contract, coronary arteries will become narrowed down. This is one of the causes of the heart attack without heart disease in a young person. And adrenaline, this is what I said. And The sadness about this is a person when he's under stress, his important growth factors are stopped. Your muscle is not repaired. Your digestion is impaired. Your urine output is distorted. Your stool is not happening. Just can you imagine? So whole physiology, biochemistry of the body is changing. So you need to not to throw away the stress, but develop a stress coping skills. लड़ने की ताकत होनी चाहिए. You must develop a stress coping skills by a planning, by writing, by creating a strategy, and by monitoring them. So stress causes anxiety. If you don't handle anxiety, it causes worry. Worry, if it remains longer time, depression. If depression long time, disease. If disease, namaste, you are on the top. A lot of people ask, just because I'm obese, I have to go to exercise program. I have to reduce 20 kilos in a month. How can you reduce? You can burn hardly 7,000 to 8,000 calories a month. You can reduce 1 kilo of 1.5 kilo of fat in a month. No physiological text ever has given you should reduce 5 kilos, but you will be reducing only your muscle, your bone, your vital organs. So loss of weight is not always fat. Fat loss is more important than weight loss. So my dear, if at all anybody has visceral obesity, truncal obesity, do not take rigorous exercise program. First you take aerobic activity, slow and long time. Slowly burn, beta oxidation of fat, increase and progress, add strength training, add flexibility, add all other components. So we need to redress the exercising schedule. Finally, people are thinking about tomorrow, not today. But there are people who are living 100 years who are working long life, contributing. So remember, if you think of contributing to the world, not only medal for me, think of medal for country. Not for me, medal for country. Think of contribution. It reduces the stress-related responses. Giving is in living. What is this? This big, huge Sarovar hall is giving Brahma Kumaris. Thanks to that Didi and team, they have given such a beautiful auditorium, such a wonderful conference. There are a lot of people who are living long. Okinawians, Seventh-day Adventists, Mediterraneans. Why they are living long? They have a discipline. We need to inculcate discipline in our children, teachers, parents, society, guiding people, leaders, not just making strategies on an AC room, on a paper, developing some graphs. It's not going to help. You have to go to the grassroots level. Think, what is the problem? Where I have to pinpoint? Then only you can stop this death. Aerobic activities are important. Please, all strength builders, do not neglect aerobic activities. You must tell them to do some aerobic activities because they are really going to, ATP is recycled in aerobic metabolism, not in anaerobic metabolism. Please revise. ATPs are citric acid cycle, whatever the biochemistry cycles you recover, ATP is reverse recycled through aerobic metabolism. If you cut off aerobic metabolism, you want to stay in all the time room where oxygen quality is poor, it's not going to have. So definitely do not neglect aerobic exercise. This already we spoke. So finally, have a work rest ratio and rest. How can you rest? Switch off all lights, switch off your phone, switch off your Wi-Fi. Nobody is going to die within 2-3 minutes. Nothing will happen. This world will run. Nobody is indispensable. Nobody's job is indispensable. It's all in our thought. So your thought process is important. All the teachers here, don't tell about the physiology, physics, chemistry in your class. First 5 minutes spent talking to youth about how to live, what is happiness, happiness index, how to increase. So this is what sleep cannot be depleted. Mind it. One person has to sleep in the bed or in the taxi car on his highway, meeting his death. And so you understand genetics, you observe rest habits, and most of us should have a well training in basic life support, at least artificial external defibrillator use and other medical small equipment. Even an uneducated person also can be trained. So we need all the coaches should know CPR and AED use. All the students should know, all the teachers should know. We can save hundreds of people just like that, because that is a golden hour for 10 minutes. is all required to save life. Thank you very much, Rajesh. I didn't take much time. So it is not a lecture or a deliberation. It is, my heart is speaking for the prevention of deaths of our youth. They are the leaders of future. And we didn't leave anything for them. Environment, pollution, water, stress, at least leave them some healthy life for them. And I hope you carry this message, help all people. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhaktiyar Chaudhary, for a very insightful presentation. It is really very important topic for the society now. As Dr. Lee quoted in the morning session, exercise medicine, exercises should be done happily. But unfortunately, there are incidents happening because of exercise, unprecedented deaths, which can be avoided. So let's take this message as told by Dr. Sri Jesse Lai, bring this message as a take-home message and pass it on to everyone with your colleagues and friends that exercise should be done and prescribed with a particular dosage, not much or not less.
Well, Bhaktiyar Chaudhary ji, whatever I felt in my life, I can easily understand that exercises are the medicine, or exercise are the synonyms of medicines. This I felt. Just tell me one thing during your this lecture. First of all, lifestyle. In lifestyle, sleep. Sleep is very important. But tell me one thing, where it is written that sleep should be of 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, or 8 hours. Which one, the book released by WHO or any other scientist? Every doctor, every medical says 6 hours sleep should be. Go on to that spirit. When we see the topmost journalists, topmost scientists, topmost politicians, and topmost players of the world, they hardly sleep 3 to 4 hours, but survive till 90 or above 90.
Yes, it's a very important question you asked. Why do you sleep? Why do you work in the daytime? Because if you see the Eastern Bloc of yin and yang, life is run not by us, run by nature. It provides light for 6 to 12 hours depending on the geographical areas of the world. It also provides 6 to 12 hours of night. That is how the 6 to 12 hours has come into human being as a day and night, because night, your all working hormones are shut down. Insulin, thyroid hormone, everything comes to low level, and you are going to a repair mode. All tissues are repaired in the night. The longer you sleep, especially, there are a lot of studies published, more than 9 hours you sleep, you're likely to develop lethargy, laziness, lack of motivation, lack of activity in the body, and the die of boredom. Sir, it's very much published. If you sleep more than 9 hours, very, very rarely some patients are allowed to sleep. A healthy person not supposed to sleep more than 9 hours because it causes a metabolic disturbance. Yes, this is a very much published study what I have shown you. People who are sleeping less than 5 hours, they're all measured values. If you sleep less, especially in young age, yes, 90 years man needs only 4 to 5 hours because there is no regeneration taking place. Kidney is not being repaired, heart is not being repaired, his demands of blood circulation is poor, his sugar he requires very little. That's how sleep demands. Baby sleeps 20 hours. At 1 year of age, he sleeps 10 hours. As we grow, our sleep reduces. So, sir, your question is very right, but there are definite guidelines, definite practices in all cultures of the world. Science is born now. You look at the cultural, these things. Because when we didn't have electricity, we used to sleep at 9 o'clock because It's boring to sit on a hurricane lamp and small lamp. When TV came, we started sleeping at 12 o'clock. When phone came, we stopped sleeping. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhatia. Please, please.
Yeah, I've been known Dr. Bhaktiyar Chaudhary because he's not only into the research and theory, but he's into the practical also because he has trained many people practically, right? Because as far as I'm coach, because I feel in coaching first, because I've been to Australia for training camp there. One quotation I seen in Australian Institute of Sports, they have written good training plus very good recovery. See, listen carefully. Good training plus very good recovery is equal to best performance. So we have to go always reverse. The best is the recovery. So your body is meant to take the more load. So that's how one of the important thing is sleep, right? But as I said, how many hours sleep, it is not important. How sound sleep is important, right? So that counts a lot, right? So this is very, very important. And how you take the things, right? Because I've seen there are people, I met great yogis, saints and all. They just speak and take everything above the neck. Means inside they are completely recovered. Right? So how you are recovering yourself is very, very important. Some people for small things they get stressed, and some of the people nothing will make them feel bad. So that's how you cope up with the stress, how you cope up with your lifestyle, how you take up the challenges. All these counts. So the better to train how to get rid and how to face them. And as far as sports is concerned, the recovery is very important and sleep. I myself as a coach, if I sleep 1 hour in afternoon, my mind will be very fresh and recovered for the best thinking for evening training session. I love to sleep in the afternoon because if I don't sleep afternoon, I feel something fishy. So it's all individual, how you train and the nature of job. Thank you, Dr. Bhaktiyar Chaudhary. You have given us a very good so I hope we can take some of the good points like lifestyle, right? Sleep, all those things. Okay, thank you. And thank Rajesh and his team for World Conference bringing exercise medicine to India and especially to Hyderabad. I hope everybody enjoy and do a better job. Okay, and take the good points to future generation pass on. Thank you.
Yeah, I request the chairpersons along with Professor C. Virendra sir to give the certificate to the presenter, Professor Bhaktiyar Chaudhary. Sir. Thank you, sir, for most valuable inputs. I request the chair to continue. And before we go ahead with the next presentation, I have an announcement. A delegate, student delegate from Bombay, Mumbai, Mr. Manish Pandey has lost his conference bag outside, which has all his belongings. Kindly, if someone has by mistake carried his bag, the same conference bag, kindly check it. He has got his charger and other belongings in the bag. If you find it, kindly you can hand over at the stage. So the next speaker of today's morning session, Dr. Nurhayati MD Qasim from Brunei, and Madam is with us to share her thoughts on physical activity strategies undertaken by Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore to combat the non-communicable diseases. And the chair will continue. Welcome, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to everyone. First and foremost of all, I wish to thank the organizing committee and the International Scientific Committee for Exercise Medicine for inviting me to speak at the conference today. So while we wait for that. I've been asked to speak about physical activity initiatives in Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore. So these three countries are actually within the same region. We are neighbors with Malaysia, and Singapore is only an hour, 50 minutes flight away. So next slide. Thank you. Which one? This is for the next one. Okay. Okay, so before I speak about the physical activity initiatives undertaken by these countries, allow me to share a little bit about physical activity or physical inactivity prevalence in the region, followed by WHO best buys for NCD prevention and control, specifically for physical activity. And then I'll zero into the initiatives undertaken by each country. Sorry, okay. So if we look at the various WHO regions, this slide, by the way, I got from WHO's Global Status Report on Physical Activity 2022. So the Western Pacific region, where Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore are, and the African regions are doing better with physical inactivity rates. Just now, Dr. Vanita mentioned that in Malaysia, 1 in 4 people are actually physically inactive. So that's not too bad compared to the other regions. Females tend to be less active than males. And the next slide that you see here actually shows the prevalence of physical inactivity among school children aged 11 to 17 years old. And this is the bit that is actually also worrying us. The same picture back at home, that our students, our adolescents are not meeting the daily recommended physical activity guidelines. And there was some mention earlier by Datin Jesse with regards to NCDs and how much NCDs cost to government. Globally, physical inactivity costs health systems about US 27 billion a year. And by 2030, this is projected to cost US 300 billion. Globally, nearly half of new NCD cases, about 47%, will result from hypertension, and 43% will result from depression. The new cases of these two diseases will account for 22% and 28% respectively of total direct healthcare costs. So if we look at the physical inactivity prevalence in Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore, it's no surprise. It's the same picture that we saw, that adolescents are not meeting the daily recommended guidelines. And it would seem that we will need to invest more for this group. So WHO has come up with a list of cost-effective interventions for NCDs and its risk factors, including physical activity. Firstly, WHO has actually recommended to provide physical activity assessment, counseling, and behavior change support as part of the routine healthcare services through the use of brief interventions. And for this, they have actually developed or launched a global action plan, which can actually guide countries. So this is, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, so, okay. Let me I'm just going to go through this quickly. Okay, so that one you can actually get online. The Global Action Plan on Physical Activity actually has 4 objectives and 20 policy actions. Now, secondly, the second cost-effective intervention that has been recommended is to implement sustained population-wide best practice communication campaigns to promote physical activity with links to community-based programs and environmental improvements to enable and support behavioral change. And for this, WHO also has a toolkit. I beg your pardon, it's gone backwards. Can you just please help? No. Next. The next slide. You're going backwards. Can we go forward, please? Again and again. Yeah, thank you. So that's a toolkit there. Next slide. So there's also other interventions that's being recommended, and to my knowledge, all of these recommendations are being implemented to various different degrees and extents in all 3 countries, such as implementing urban and transport planning policies, implementing whole of school programs, improving walking and cycling infrastructure, implementing workplace physical activity programs, and also providing and promoting physical activity through the provision of community-based sports and recreation programs. Next slide. So if we zoom in into the various countries, I'll start with Malaysia. And I apologize if I have any shortcomings for this, but I have to thank my colleague, Dr. Nur Ariana from Ministry of Health for actually providing inputs on parts of this presentation. So next slide. In Malaysia, they have a national strategic plan for non-communicable diseases, which actually include a specific national strategic action plan for active living, 2016-2025. Next slide. And they also have national physical activity guidelines. Next slide. So the national action plan on active living is a blueprint for action on physical activity, which promotes concerted action across various sectors and 4 key settings to reduce the physical activity participation gap and to empower the community through increasing structured community programs in Malaysia. Thank you. So before that, there has already been various community-wide programs and campaigns that have been initiated with physical activity being integrated in the community and workplace programs. Quite a number of these are integrated with other lifestyle modules as well, especially the ones that is labeled as cost panel. Active citizens are productive citizens. Okay, next slide. In Singapore, specific physical activity guidelines have been developed both for adults and for children and adolescents. Singapore also has an overarching policy, which is called the Healthier SG or Healthier Singapore, which focuses on preventive health and takes a whole of ecosystem approach to promote health. Next slide. So there are several key features in Healthier SG. They actually are mobilizing family doctors to deliver preventive care for the population, develop health plans that include lifestyle adjustments, regular health screening, and appropriate vaccinations. And importantly, they also activate community partners to support residents in leading healthier lifestyles. Next slide. This slide has been lent to me by a colleague in the Health Promotion Board, so thank you for them. The physical activity strategy in Singapore adopts a three-pronged approach to reduce sedentary time and increase physical activity levels among Singaporeans. So they do this to actually increase incidental physical activity, leisure time physical activity, and to also focus on strength, balance, and flexibility, especially amongst older adults. Next slide. These are all delivered through various settings and programs, similar like in Malaysia, in the workplace, in the shopping malls, in the community parks and city centers, and in the schools as well. So Singapore has also introduced a nationwide community-based physical activity program, leveraging on technology, what they call their National Steps Challenge. Next slide. That was introduced in 2015. So the goal of this National Steps Challenge is to increase levels of incidental physical activity and encourages active lifestyles, and primarily promotes stepping activities such as walking and running, as well as other moderate to vigorous physical activity. And I think thus far, they have had several seasons and have reached about 1.3 million different participants out of their 6 million population. Next slide. So with one challenge season every year, the NSC is a scaled up physical activity promotion program that uses wearables and smartphone applications. They also leverage on behavioral insights from both scientific evidence and local health promotion practices, and focuses on one behavior at a time. Next. So in Brunei, we don't have anything as specific, but there was something similar in terms of digital health, which I'll share later. Our physical activity strategy is laid out in our Brunei Darussalam Multi-Sectoral Action Plan for the Prevention and Control of NCDs 2021 to 2025. We also have specific guidelines, physical activity guidelines for adults, children, and adolescents that have been revised recently in 2022. So next slide. In our BRUMAT NCD, there are two main actions that have been identified to promote physical activity. Firstly, to create opportunities for the integration of physical activity into the daily routines of Bruneians. And secondly, to continue to build public appetite for physical activity. Next slide. For the first action, 5 activities have been identified and agreed to by consensus through a multi-sectoral action, through a multi-sectoral consultation process, taking into consideration WHO recommended interventions, as well as the feasibility of implementing this in the local context. Next. For the second action, 2 main activities have been identified, focusing on marketing campaigns, and especially marketing campaigns that promote opportunities for incidental or incremental physical activity. So in this regard, Brunei has also embarked on a nationwide community-based physical activity program, leveraging on technology. Next slide. So we have a mobile app called Bru Health, Next slide. And Brew Health has been introduced actually as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. It is a national mobile health application in Brunei, and it was initially introduced with the main focus to assist in managing the pandemic through contact tracing, remote monitoring, virtual patient care, information exchange, and remote data capturing. But as the pandemic progressed into endemic, the mobile health application was actually transitioned to include other health promotion programs. Next. So this is a picture of our launch of a campaign we call BN on the Move, or Brunei on the Move. This is a feature on the Brew Health apps, which has been introduced in August of 2022. So we also use the smartphone application with optional sync to wearables and several behavior modification strategies, including goal setting, nudges, and rewards. And it helps to monitor user steps using the mobile device through synchronizing the data from Google Fit and Apple Health. Next. So in August, when it was first launched, we managed to actually reach out to more than 47,000 population. Brunei's population is about 400,000 in total. We were aiming for 1 billion steps. Initially, we thought this was going to happen in 1 month, but we managed to achieve this in 8 days, 3 hours, and 41 minutes. I have to say, though, most of the participants, about 60% of the participants were women. Next. So after that very first campaign, we actually conducted a survey in September to ask if participants were more motivated to walk. So about 60% said that they were highly motivated. Next. And we also asked them about the effects of joining this campaign, such as the effects on mental health, on happiness, stress levels, and attitudes. And the majority of them reported that it actually had a positive effect. And we also asked what they wanted to see in future campaigns. So they said they wanted to have incentives or rewards, virtual badges, and points. So next, we had another campaign from October to December last year, aiming for 20 billion steps. We managed to reach out to more than 84,000 people this time. And on average, I think there was a clock-in of about 200 to 300,000 steps over a period of 3 months, mostly amongst those aged 31 to 60 years old. So both Brunei and Singapore have actually utilized digital technology to promote physical activity nationwide. For us, we have just started our journey, whereas Singapore has started theirs back in 2015 and have more experience with their campaigns. Next. So there are some similar features for both of the apps that both Brunei and Singapore use. We use nudges, and we actually also include daily steps, step count. For Singapore, they gave away fitness wearables to people, and they have a point-based system for rewards. For Brunei, we actually set goals individually. We gamify by having leaderboards, had lucky draws, and for our 20 billion steps challenge, we also had monthly awards and virtual badges as well. As mentioned, participation-wise, Singapore has reached, I think most recently, 1.8 million participants. For us, it's only 84,000. In terms of results, they have done a better job. I think the average daily steps of over 8,000 steps a day, whereas for us, we only managed to get more than 4,000 steps a day. Okay. So we're also now actually in Brunei preparing for, well, we're in the midst of preparing for our next campaign from October to December for our 80 billion steps. So we'll see how that goes. So coming to the last two slides, I think you can just, yeah. So in summary, next slide. Again, this is taken from the global report to compare country profiles between Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore. The report actually was taken, I think 2019, and before that we haven't got our Bru Health apps yet. So we now have it. So in terms of national physical activity communication campaigns, we have this now. We also have national mass participation events on physical activity for all countries. And lastly, as I mentioned, I think all three countries have actually tried to put in place policies to promote physical activity in the workplaces, in childcare settings, in the community, in public open spaces, and also have policies for older adults. So one thing that may be a little bit worrying is maybe we are missing out on a specific population, i.e. those with disability. I think that's the last of my slides. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hayati, for a very elaborate explanation about the challenges and how the three countries are tackling and going into the actual program to promote health promotion and physical activity among all the country people. I have here we start with exercise, bringing exercise to all the people. But I believe exercise adherence is one of the important aspect where people start actively exercise. In the middle, they might be dropping out from the exercise. What you say on this, Doctor?
Sorry. So the question is how to actually make people adhere to their exercise. Yeah, not an easy task. We noticed that at least in our own local experience, like the steps, the Be and On the Move, which is a steps program, that people are actually incentivized. They look forward to rewards. They look forward to some interaction, like the gamification aspect of it. And that is at the population level. I can't speak for at the individual patient level. So exercise prescription is a different matter. And I guess one of the things that's quite important there is also setting goals, realistic goals of what people can achieve depending on their capacity at that point in time, whether they have disease or whether they don't have disease. Yeah. So in Brunei, we're just trialing out exercise prescription this year. So that's another colleague's project, and we look forward to hearing how his project will fare.
That's wonderful, Doctor. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks for your presentation, ma'am. I request the chairpersons to give her this presenter's certificate to the keynote speaker. And I request Professor J. Prabhakar Rao sir, Dr. Emmanuel Sheshikumar sir, and Professor Syed Ibrahim sir to come onto the dais to felicitate the chairpersons. Thank you. And the next speaker, the next keynote address will be by Dr. Omar bin Mihar from Malaysia. And the topic on which the presentation will be the diversity of ways of implementing exercise medicine and management of pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension, the experiences from Malaysia. And to chair the session, I invite Dr. Kanwaljit Singh and Dr. Ghanshyam Dokra from India. I request the chairpersons to kindly occupy the chairs on the dais. Welcome. Yeah.
Very fast. Fast. 20 minutes.
Namaste. Okay, good morning, all the comrades, and not forgetting our Muslim comrade. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. First of all, I would like to summarize what had been discussed by the speaker during the opening ceremony and by all the previous speakers. And we agree that non-CD, non-communicable disease is the biggest burden in the world now, and we have to fight. And then also some of the third speaker talking about sudden death due to some of the sport activities. What is going on has been explained. And then our friend from Brunei has described all the various physical activity which has been introduced in Brunei, in Malaysia, as well as in Singapore. Now, I think I have to take the opportunity to focus what is exercise medicine anyway? How we are going to implement this exercise medicine in the field. Okay, this one, I think everything has been agreed, and I won't focus on this particular point. Where's the third slide? Okay, this is another statistic showing that how important the main cause of disability is non-CD, economic burdens, increased strain in health system. It's not moving here. Okay. Thus, physical activity and exercise intervention is recommended for NCD prevention and treatment of disease. We are talking about treatment. When we talk about treatment, we can express that exercise is a medicine, especially those in category of borderline. Okay, what we are taking now is pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension and obesity 1, obesity 2. Obesity 1, obesity 2 is prone for metabolic syndrome, which is one of the high risk factors for diabetes and hypertension. in the long run will save the country from financial burden. We have explained how Malaysia have already what you call feel this heavily burdens what you call expenses. We have thousands of diabetes, thousands of hypertension. You just estimate each individual how much medicine is being provided to them. Where? Next slide, please. Why is not moving? Okay. Huh? Fine. Okay. Okay, it's time to give a special focus to exercise medicine. Why? First, exercise medicine is the only high-risk intervention mentioned by Dr. Vasanta just now. In public health, there are two strategies: population approach and high-risk strategy. If you look at the modifiable factors for NCD, nutrition, lack of exercise, cigarette smoking, alcohol intake, all of them have population and they have high-risk strategy, except exercise. Exercise, what have been mentioned by Dr. Nahayati just now, it's all population strategy. And there is no strategy fixed or individualistic. And exercise medicine already received recognition from WHO representatives during the previous conference to be encouraged to be implemented in the primary healthcare program. Let's see how our experience from 2017, what has been mentioned just now, I and Dr. Lee have tried to work out how to realize, to make it a reality, exercise medicine can be implemented in the community. Now look at this causative pathway for NCD. We know that the common risk factor, unhealthy diet, physical activity, tobacco, alcohol, these are not modifiable. And each of them, except exercise, both of them, they have population strategy as well as high-risk strategy. But for exercise medicine is the only high-risk strategy whereby we prescribe exercise to individual. It depends on the activity of the individual, and then we within a certain what they call capacity, how much exercise, how much dosage is being provided to them. Okay, what is the way forward now? Physical activity plays an important role in NCD response. Primary health care service should play an important active role. Primary health care, that means in the primary setting, comprehensive NCD prevention must go beyond primary health care and Ministry of Health and multi-sectoral approach. When we talk about implementing exercise medicine, we are talking about partnership. We have to form partnership because each of these particular partner, they have their own expertise and opportunity. Okay, exercise medicine as a protocol to perform an accurate assessment process. This is the process to prescribe a set of 6 symmetrical dose of exercise, then to instruct the set of exercise correctly and accurately. And then we come to the CER. This is the term, they call it customized exercise regime. I mean, exercise should be customized to specific individual following scientific protocol of assessment to determine the current status of the person in the component of fitness definition. And then Dr. Lee and the Ministry of Health have developed the guideline and SOP development in order to run this particular exercise medicine. And then, of course, we are free to share this particular guideline to anybody who want to have it. What is the important target for the exercise medicine. First is pre-hypertension, then pre-diabetic, and then, of course, obesity type 1, obesity type 2. Pre-hypertension and pre-diabetic, there's no sign and symptom. You have to do the screening. Screening has to be done in order to know that whether you are pre-diabetic or pre-hypertension. But if we look at the activity, what is going on in the community, screening is a common what they call procedure to be done in the clinic. When the new intake of the army, new intake of the student, and in the community, they are carrying out this screening activity. This one is the most important step. How exercise medicine is being carried out. First, we have to provide the participant. Who is the participant? Is the borderline, non-communicable disease, but I mean pre-hypertension, pre-diabetic, as well as obesity. And then this will be referred to the exercise therapy. I will tell you how this exercise therapy is being what you call graduated. And then after seeing by the exercise therapy, they will follow assessment and testing protocol. We call it PFA, Performance Fitness Assessment. Then we assess the body fat, fitness level, and then we prescribe CAR to the patient using the Dr. Fit. That is software which has been developed by Dr. Lee. I think many you can get the more information about this software. And then when it is come out, it is ready to be prescribed to the patient. Then ET will personally train the patient, review program every 3 weeks, and then refer back to the doctor who is referring the patient. I mean the pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension. If you look at this, there are a few important steps here. First, we need a feeder. Feeder means any agency that can provide, can send the pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension. And then we need the exercise therapy. And lastly, we need the Dr. Fit software. Okay, this is how exercise therapy is being trained. Dr. Lee, they have a college of exercise medicine, and this college marks the only one in the country in Malaysia is aimed to produce exercise therapy, that means ET. Then as graduate, ET will perform the task to control, to treat the non-communicable disease, as proven in 2 years of the pilot project, we have some successful event. I'll show you later on. Okay, these are what is the assessment to be done for each particular client. 3-minute step up test. I will show you the diagram in the picture. Upper body strength and endurance, abdominal trunk, sit and reach, and spin fold. These are the apparatus, very simple apparatus to be used for 3-minute step up, 1 minute push up, 1 minute sit up, sit and reach for flexibility, and then spin fold to sandwich. This one is the sit and up test. And then checking the heart rate, step up test, sit and reach, how far you can reach. And then, of course, this particular information will be trained in the Dr. Fit software. And then, of course, after that, we will get the right dosage for each individual. Result of PFA will be trained in the software Dr. Fit developed by the College of Medicine. Then Dr. Fit also used for data collection, analysis, and Dr. Fit's online facility will be equipped with password and provided for every exercise clinic facility. These are the roughly how Dr. Fit look like. I think it will be explained after this with another presenter. Okay, what is the duties of the ET? ET is the exercise therapist. ET will perform the PFA just now, the combination of several exercise it will prescribe personal CER according to the condition. I mean the performance when the particular person perform the exercise. It will organize the frequency and the training, will monitor and review the PFA monthly, and the PFA will be repeated every monthly, and they will show improvement. As the improvement is going on, of course, we will expect the blood pressure as well as the blood glucose will reduce. It also prescribes the home-based exercise. These are some of the exercise which can be done at home. And we refer the patient back to the doctor after 3 to 4 months. Okay, now I would like to show you the diversity of ways how to implement this exercise medicine. Look at this. You need a feeder. Okay, the feeder, I mean, you need the client. The client, I mean, the pre-hypertension, pre-diabetic, and obesity type 1, obesity type 2. That means you have to do the screening. Pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension is no sign and symptom. Then second one, you need the exercise therapists. The one who prescribe the exercise. And then of course, the indirectly in Malaysia, we need that doctor fees. And what is happening? I will try to look at every important news. Okay, feeder for the client, pre-diabetic, pre-hypertension, and obesity type 1. The most effective way is in the primary care division. In the primary care division, I mean, in the health clinic, screening is done routinely, especially for those above 40. This one will be automatically will be discovered the pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension. What is happening now? If we do the screening, we just treat the diabetic for the 2-hour postprandial, and then finally we give the drugs. But what happened to the pre-diabetic? What happened to the pre-hypertension? It's not being taken care of. But what is expected now? We try to enroll this into this exercise medicine. Okay, indirectly they are involved in preventive stage of cooperation. Second one is cooperation from the general practitioner. This is one suggestion whereby, if you know in Malaysia, especially general practitioner is interested only in treatment. They are not interested in prevention. And we are trying to lure them to get involved in prevention so that they can do the screening program in their clinic. This is, to provide the extra mileage for the GP. And we can find an agreement with the GP, and the GP will put a poster in front, free screening and so on. And this one automatically, I think, will encourage people to come to the general practitioner. And this general practitioner can refer the patient to the other exercise clinic. Okay, indirectly, they are involved in preventive. We are trying to encourage GP to involve in preventive action, not only in treatment. As what I know in Turkey, most of the GP are encouraged to do the screening. They are given bonus every month if they do how much the screening has been done by the GP. The cost of screening will be borne by the GP and will be an incentive for the customer, and indirectly facilitate the business. This is the way how to provide the pre-diabetic and pre-hypertension. And another way maybe the enrollment of new army. Of course, training is compulsory. What is happening in my university, the enrollment of new students. And recently we have detected a few pre-diabetic. Pre-diabetic to be included in our exercise clinic. Okay? And then of course, in the prison also, this one can be done, the screening. These are the feeder. The exercise therapy, of course, this one I am talking on behalf of Dr. Lee. State College of Medicine is ready to provide places for those who comply to the requirement, and is agreeable to exercise medicine, is ready to learn and experience exercise therapy, to run an exercise clinic while waiting for the selected person to graduate. This is the way forward. And then, of course, software Dr. Feed, referring to the exercise medicine, implementation of flowchart. The most importantly is software, Dr. Feed, to start this exercise. In relation to this issue, she suggested that a smart partnership be established with Asia College of Medicine led by Dr. Lee. And then, of course, these are some of the example of the partnership. First project, Ministry of Health Malaysia with Asia College. This is the pilot project. That means Dr. Lee provide the instrument, that means the gymnasium, and provide the exercise therapy, and Ministry of Health is what you call giving the clients. And then, of course, this is the best method. It can be done. These are the roughly the number of during the pilot project, and this is the result. What is being found here is pre-hypertension is the most effective, 56.8 back to normal. For pre-diabetic, around 34.3%, overweight obesity 30%, body fat show 28.8%, and dyslipidemia is only 9.1. But remember here, almost 95% still remain in pre-diabetic. What is meant by this? Pre-diabetic, no treatment, no drug required. Indirectly, there is a safe for the government. Second forward, smart partnership with university, SM, and MOS. When I retired from Ministry of Health, I joined university. I come to this particular idea. The NGO university can provide the place. SM can provide the exercise clinic as well as the museum. And Ministry of Health provide the client. And it works until now. The smart partnership between UNISHAM, Asia College, and Exercise Medicine. These are the partnership. And the way forward is number 3 is get the museum or GP or NGO to be involved. So that they the one can provide the pre-hypertension and pre-diabetics. And then justification, of course, NCD can be prevented, encourage the exercise activity. And then summary, taking note that situation of NCD now is really what we call urgent for us to act. Negative implication for economy due to NCD. NCD are preventable disease through, especially, remember, smart partnership. These are the good values. These are the journals that we have published regarding our pilot project. And this is a few pictures showing that few what you call partnership have been established in Malaysia. So far, it is very successful, and we hope that the next presenter will follow what I am talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The lecture was very, very informative. The presenter had discussed about NCDs, of which his emphasis on the risk that relates to diabetes. And he was trying to explain about the exercise clinic, which Malaysia has recently formed. I think it's not very old exercise which you're doing recently. And this Asia College of Exercise Medicine. This is really Malaysian government initiative, very, very important initiative. And he has referred to the exercise therapist, right? ET. Well, this is diabetes is a world over problem which every country is facing now. And this problem has even crept into the rural areas where we used to have, the
the information was that the rural people who indulge in physical exercises, they are less prone to diabetic problems. But with the lifestyle which has now come in, has also affected the rural people. But with this Asia College of Exercise Medicine, and the presenter has tried to express that there is a specific need of specific dose of exercise which need to be given, right? And what dose that is recommended to be given to the people who are suffering from NCD, especially the diabetes. This is, he has further said, he has tried to explain the tools which are used to diagnose the problems, and further the test and the Dr. Fit software. There is the software, Dr. Fit. This is an addition to our knowledge. Thank you very much, Doctor. You have done this marvelously. It's a very, very informative talk. And on behalf of the organizers and the audience here, especially on our behalf, we thank the presenter for this wonderful presentation. Very, very informative. I hope the attendant, the seminarians who are here today, they will go benefited by your talk. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Hello. Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I congratulate Dr. Umar sir for his nicely presentation on the burning issue of the pre-diabetics and pre-hypertension. Dr. Umar very elaborately explained the diagnosis as well as the remedial part of the pre-diabetic and hypertension, as well as the role of the therapeutics, exercise therapeutics, and what is the actual, the real exercise which helps to control the pre-diabetics and pre-hypertension. Just I want to know how the yogic exercise help in pre-diabetics and to control the pre-hypertension, sir, please.
Actually, pre-diabetic, pre-hypertension, when they are referred to the exercise clinic, they have to perform that the PFA, performance fitness assessment. And then with this exercise, will be key in the Dr. Fit. And I think to answer this, the right person is Dr. Lee, okay? Because he is the one who developed the software, and then he is willing to share with any country want to have a partnership and then to implement this exercise medicine. I think maybe Dr. Lee can the right person. And after this, the exercise therapy will explain further regarding the Dr. Fit. Don't worry. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. I request Professor Rajesh Kumar, sir, the organizing secretary, to come on to the dais and give you the certificates to the keynote speaker and the chairpersons. Thank you, Dr. Omar, Dr. Kanwaljit Singh, sir, and Dr. Ghanshyam Dokra. We have the international coordinator for the conference, Mr. Latif, with us to do the honors. Oh, Tennis Ball Federation, international coordinator. The next speaker as the last session for the morning is Ms. Elisa Paul and Mr. Ayman Arif bin Shaul Akbar from Malaysia. And the topic which they will be presenting is exercise dosage intervention for non-communicable diseases. And to chair the session, I request Dr. Emmanuel Sashikumar sir and Dr. Upendra sir from Mahatma Gandhi University to kindly come on to the dais. Welcome, sir. This is the presenter. Okay, this is for the next slide, and this, you are given a presentation there.
Yeah.
They are operate. Yeah, they will operate. You can just use this for next slide and previous slide.
Thank you.
Sir. This is present process. Yeah, look at that.
Hello. Thank you to the chairman session and to the organizer community, India, and to all the speakers and delegates. Hello, my name is Elisa Paul, and this is my colleague, Ayman Arif. So we are as an exercise therapy. So today we are here to present to you our paper, which is the exercise dosage intervention for non-communicable disease. Thank you. This one. All right. Okay, before I go to the introduction of exercise clinic, so in our country, in Malaysia, there is only 2 exercise clinic that have been run by me, myself, and also my colleague, Ayman Arif. So what actually is exercise clinic? So exercise clinic is actually a collaboration between the Health Ministry of Malaysia and our college, Asia College of Exercise Medicines. This collaboration where the medical officer will send the patient that have the borderline of NCD to the exercise clinic, which we use exercise as the first line of management before the pharmacological intervention. So this is the exercise clinic flow. So how the patients from the government clinic go to the exercise clinic. So first is the doctor will refer the patient that have borderline NCD, which the doctor will do a basic health screening, which is blood pressure, blood glucose, and also their BMI. So if the patient has the borderline of NCD, the doctor will refer the patient to the exercise clinic. So when the patients go to the exercise clinic, they will do a consultation. We will do a consultation to the patient. For the consultation, I will explain to you for the next slides. So after the consultation, the patients will go through exercise program for 3 to 6 months. So after 3 to 6 months, the exercise therapy will send the patient back to the doctor, which the doctor will do a review. So based on the review, there will be like 3, maybe the patient will be discharged because of their result, or will be continued. So usually doctor that ask the patient to continue, usually their reading are still in the borderline of NCD. So they will go back to the exercise clinic to do again the exercise program for 3 to 6 months until they have been discharged. For this part, that no changes means that if after the 3 to 6 months of intervention and the patient still doesn't have any improvement, so it is the doctor, we will refer the patient again to the doctor, which the doctor will go to the pharmacology intervention, which means that maybe exercise won't help with the patient's conditions. So consultation. So what is consultation? So this is the process that the patient will go through when they go to the exercise clinic. So the first thing that they have to do, that we will do is registration. So registration, the first thing is the consent form, which the patient agree to join the exercise program. Next is the patient's details, the basic details like name, age, and the address. Next is their medical history. And next is their level of activity. The level activity, I will explain to you at the next slides. So after the registration, they will go through the health and physical fitness assessment, which is PFA. So PFA is where we take the blood pressure, blood glucose, their BMI, or based on their weight and the height. The DINA. DINA actually is a device which can measure the strength of a person's hand grip. So next is the conference, skin fold, which we can see the percentage of the patient's body fat. And the 3-minute step up for the cardiovascular, the sit and reach for their flexibility, push up and sit up for their endurance and strength. After the PFA, they will go to the prescription of exercise. So prescription of exercise, there are 2, which is resistance and cardio, which will be presented by the head of therapy of exercise clinic Bagan Pinang, which is my colleague. He will explain the more details about the prescription of the exercise. So next is exercise session. If the patient is obesity, we will give them the fat loss program. And if the patient is pre-hypertension, we will give them the hypertension management exercise program. And if the patient is pre-diabetic, we will give them the diabetes management exercise program. Okay, this is the 3-month intervention. So we use 2 clinics. Based on the 2 clinics, we have selected 13 patients. So based on the 13 patients, there are 2 males, which is 15%, and 11 females, which is 85%. Next is total patient based on the gender. So for now, total patient based on age. So for the young adult, there are 6, and the middle-aged adult, there are 7, which means that the young adult, there are 54%, and the middle-aged adult is 46%. Next is the total patient based on condition. As you can see here, there are 3 risk factors, which is patient that is obesity. Based on the patient that we have selected, there are 8 obesity patients. Pre-hypertension, there are 2 patients. And obesity, which also they have pre-hypertension, there are 3 patients. Next is frequency of exercise. So frequency exercise, is it the patient's active, moderate, or inactive based on their session per week, or how many times they came to the exercise clinic to do exercise. So active patients which they came to the exercise clinic more than 3 times per week is only 1 patient. Moderate patient which they came to the exercise clinic to do an exercise 2 to 3 times per week is 12 patients. So this is the result of the 3 months intervention program. So before I go to the result, in the exercise clinic, as Dr. Omar has explained, we are using the Dr. Fit software, which is one of the special things that we have in our clinic that have been designed by Professor Dr. Lee. This software can design a program exercise based on the patient's condition. So after we put all the patient's data in the software, this is the example data that we can have. So for this, the first picture, it shows the patient's fat percentage, the calories, and all the data that we put for the consultation. So the second picture is their cardiorespiratory profile, flexibility level, or their fitness level. And the third picture shows the example of exercise program. If the patient has pre-hypertension, this is the example exercise program that the patient will go through. So this is the result after 3 months of intervention. So as you can see here from the result, we have taken the patient's BMI, body fat percentage, weight, and their blood pressure. For the patient's BMI, we can see the baseline mean value. For the baseline mean value is 35.97, and then after 3 months, decreased to 34.05, which the changes is 1.92. The changes is from all the patients, from all the 13 patients. So body fat percentage, the baseline is 37.38, and after 3 months, decreased to 33.28. which the changes is 4.1, also to all the patients. And then the weight, the baseline is 91.94, and after 3 months, there are 86.82, which is the changes is 5.12. Also, changes happen to all the patients, so the 13 patients. For the blood pressure, for the baseline is 148, and after 3 months, decreased to 118, which we can see that the changes is around 30. For the diastolic, the baseline is 86, and after 3 months, decreased to 77, which the changes is 9. So for the blood pressure, the changes is only 5, because based on the 13 patients, there are only 5 patients that has the risk of pre-hypertension. So based on this data, we can see that exercise do help the patients to decrease their body weight, especially for their blood pressure. But the key is to be consistent, disciplined, and dedicated to be healthy in our life. So for the next slides, I will be presented by my colleague, Muhammad Aiman Arif.
Thank you, Miss Elisa. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Muhammad Aiman Arif. Okay. I will be talking about exercise dosage. There is a huge misleading about cardiovascular exercise. Okay, when they do cardio exercises, okay, and they suddenly die after this the cardio session done, because they stop immediately after they do the cardiovascular exercise. Usually, people don't know how long they should walk or how far they should walk, how many beats of your heart need to reach, and also how long to get the adaptation of the cardiovascular exercise. Okay, this is the aerobic dosage. We categorize it based on activity level. So for patient that came to exercise 0 to 1 day per week, we call it inactive. To patient that exercise 1 to 3 session per week, we call it moderately active. And if the patient came 3 days and above per week, we categorize it as active. So this is the dosage for healthy individuals. And this is the dosage for underlying conditions. So to calculate your maximum heart rate, 220 minus age, and you get your maximum heart rate. Each individual is different of the maximum heart rate. And then you put the percentage based on if the dosage is underlying condition. So if the patient inactive, you put 55% and so on and so on. Sorry. So this is the formula for heart rate return. Okay. Let's say that if the exercises pre-exercise heart rate is 80 beats per minute. So his target heart rate is 130 beats. So that's for 5 minutes early. So the exercises is warming up. So after 5 minutes, minutes 5 to minutes 25, needs to maintain the heart rate at 130 beats for 20 minutes. Upon completion of 20 minutes of this phase, reduce intensity of exercise by 50%. Do not stop immediately. Okay. So after reduce the intensity of 50%, let's say their heartbeat reduced to 118 beats per minute. So from 25 minutes to 26 minutes, the exercises heart rate recovery is 12 beats per minute. So if the heart rate recovery is below 12 beats, it indicates that you have higher risk, higher chance to get cardiovascular diseases. If 12 beats and higher, it's indicate that you have a stronger heart that can help you prevent the heart disease. So after this first. Okay, the heart rate return for the exercises is 105. Target heart rate minus pre-exercise heart rate, which is 80, sorry, 130 bits minus 80 divided by 2 and plus the pre-exercise heart rate, and you get the heart rate return. So these are the research that we do in exercise clinic Kuala Ketil. The serum potassium level upon cessation of exercise. Go to it. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay. So this is the musculoskeletal system dosage. So this can determine the dosage in resistant exercise. Sure. So if the person kick the and it creates the distortion to the transducer, and then it's amplified the force to Newton, and then the result of the reading of the Newton, you multiply by the percentage of the maximum muscular maximum voluntary contraction of the muscle. So this is the example of exercise program for obesity, for hypertension, and also for diabetes. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I request Dr. G. Upender to sum up due to time constraints. Thank you, Paul and his team, to explain nicely about the exercise dosage intervention and nicely explain to the users of exercise clinics. Can I ask one question? In your country, there are established exercise clinics. In your country, can you establish exercise clinics is recognized by the government of that Malaysia? Please.
Can
In your Malaysia government, are you established any exercise clinics? All exercise clinics are recognized by the health government of health.
Asking that the government of Malaysia.
The established these clinics are not.
By the government.
by the health ministry.
Yeah, yes, the ministry of the.
Yes, because exercise clinics, as we mentioned before, is collaboration with the Health Ministry of Malaysia with our college, Asia College of Exercise Medicine.
Now it is a presentation to the speakers, followed by the lunch will be there. In the lunch, we are having two halls. One is for the speakers, industrial, and some organizing committee members. Another is here. Lunch will be down right side. I request Dr. Virendra sir, Dr. Latif to honor the one speaker. Please, both of you come here, sir. Come together.
Congratulations.
Chairperson, Dr. Sashi Kumar and Dr. Upendra Reddy, please open honor. Sir, please give. Upendra Reddy sir ki. Vimala sir ki chair. Today morning session is over. We will assemble at 2:30 p.m. We are going for lunch now 1:40. After 50 minutes we are coming here. Thank you. All of you, please, we can go out and right side there is a big dining hall.
what we need to do is to polish the wheel and make the wheel better. But the sad thing is, how do we use the wheel? How often do you use the wheel? Are we using the wheel correctly? Okay, to move things forward. So you look at exercise prescription, even in the ancient days, it's not like everybody is doing the same thing. They are prescribed individually to each special patient. Even as these pictures, you can see that everybody is doing something different. So where are we now? We are in the 21st century, okay? We have tried to sell exercise as low cost, low tech, non-drug intervention to improve health. But so far, like Dr. Jessie Lai said, because we have not moved far, it is free. But why are we not using it correctly? So again, we have stressed again and again, how you prescribe exercise is very important. I'm stuck again. So today we come to our topic. Okay, so why do we still fail? Now, exercise has been prescribed, like I say, since 6000 BC, 460 BC, and we still fail because exercise are often poorly prescribed and implemented due to several reasons. And I would like to talk only about two reasons, that is the prescriber and prescriber related, and the clients and clients related. So the prescriber will be you, and the clients will be your patients or your customers, right? Okay, we look at the prescriber. First of all, I would like to say a little bit about lack of knowledge and skills. Maybe we have gone to college, we've gone to university, but how many actually do they teach exactly how do you prescribe exercise? Certain professions are very good in prescribing exercise, whereas others, it's just that they pluck the figure from the tree. It's just like a figure that you just pluck from the tree. But then you are not doing exercise correctly, not because it's the patient's fault or the client's fault, but because it hasn't been prescribed to you properly. Number one, if you have lack of knowledge and skill, of course, your design is defective. You do not really know what is the correct exercise, how to prescribe it correctly, and even how to do it correctly. And sometimes we are too over enthusiastic. So what do? We set unrealistic goals, okay? We tell the patient, okay, you go back and do 100 times. Where does the 100 times come from? This 100 times, is it for you or is it for your client, your customer? It's not you, it's not for you. Therefore, by prescribing 100 times may not be correct, okay? And then poor follow-up and supervision. Many a times, after prescribing, we just tell the patient, go home and do, but we do not follow up. We fail to follow up. And the client or client-related is, number one, inadequate support system. That means either there's no support. Can I have water, please? Either there's no support system, that means from the family or even from the health care related people, right? And then health related problems. They may have arthritis, they may have pains and aches, and you still prescribe them the exercises without realizing that they actually cannot perform due to their health problems. Lack of time and resources. Your clients may be working and they tell you that we have time problem. So how can you solve the problem? That is, of course, by discussing with the patient and set up a win-win situation. Now, non-compliance. Oh, I put non-compliance twice. Non-compliance is our worst enemy. Whatever the situation, you can teach the patient. When they go home, they will keep whatever you teach in the cupboard and collect dust. When they come back to you, you will ask them, have you done your exercise at home? They will say yes. Again, how are you going to solve this problem? Now, all these are actually related to the prescription of exercise. The other one is psychological barriers. In the patient's mind, they already say they cannot do this exercise. They cannot get well. Then you did not explain to them. You did not inform them, the benefits of the exercise, how they're going to benefit. Of course, they are not going to listen to you, okay? So it is very important that all these will hamper the results of your prescribing exercises to patients. Now, what is NCD? Many people has talked about NCD, okay? Now, NCD has been described or defined as a chronic non-infectious disease. And they are such as what? Heart complications such as cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, hypertension, and all this, okay? So they are non-communicable diseases. And every 2 seconds, a person dies prematurely from NCD. And we know about it because Dato Sri Jessie Lai has already mentioned it just now. And so now we come to our topic, that is scientific, personalized, quantitative exercise prescription, okay? So we are going to analyze what is scientific, what is personalized, and what is quantitative. Because when you prescribe an exercise, you have to take this into consideration. Next, please. Okay, so what is scientific? Scientific means it's the use of evidence-based practice to develop an exercise, okay? That means you want to develop this exercise, it has to be evidence-based. It has been proven, okay? Tailored to an individual specific needs and goals, okay? And the prescription, therefore, must follow. It has been researched on. It has been proven safe. It is effective, and it is specific to that particular person, particular condition and particular person, okay? Now, there are lots of evidence-based, and I would like to show you some of the evidences. Can you please click on the bottom blue link? Yeah, the blue link, yeah. Now, I have listed out a few of these very, very popular evidence sites that you can actually refer when you want to research on what is the correct type of exercises, how is the exercises recommended. So these are the American College of Sports Medicine, that is ACSM, very popular, National Strength and Conditioning Association. What happened? British European College of Sports Sciences, British Association of Sports and Exercise Sciences, Australian Institute of Sports, Canadian Society for, I tried to take a few of these popular ones. So whenever you want to look further into how you want to prescribe exercise and look into all these, there are references that are already ready for you. Can we go back to the last slide? Up to the, someone, just now where I finished. Some more. Okay, right, further down, yeah. Okay, next one, please. Next slide. The next one is scientific, okay? Scientific and evidence-based exercise. The vast body of evidences supporting scientific principles in exercise prescription is there, okay? Like, for example, all of you who are doing exercises know about the overload principles. Now, there are a few examples that I cite here, but there are many others, right? The overload principle is that for a person to improve their fitness, they must increase the demand that is placed on that person over time. So we call it progression. So there are lots of studies which has been published on overload principles. The next one is the specificity principle. That means the type of exercise performed should be tailored or specific only to that individual. Okay, her goals and her improvement or progression. So to improve, like for example, to improve running performance, you must carry out activities that is specific to running. If a person is a runner and you do exercises that involves the upper limbs, then it doesn't serve the purpose, okay? So that is called the specificity principles. Next is the individuality. That means whatever you do, you only give it to one person that you are going to teach the exercise. It is not for all, one for all. There is no one recipe that fits all. So prescribing exercise is not a cookbook where you say you put the flour, you put the sugar, you put butter and egg and you make a cake. No, okay? So it is specific only to that individual that you are prescribing the exercise. So the factors taken into account will be the individual's fitness level. How fit is this patient, okay? The medical history, the age, the sex, the body composition, and has the patient done any form of exercise before, and what are the exercises the patient has done, okay? Now, there are many other principles such as adaptation, recovery, rest, reversibility. Now, these are all the principles that you would have to look into when you are prescribing exercise to the patient. And then I want to give an example about individual composition. Now, our muscle fibers are made up of slow twitch and fast twitch. So we know that there are some individuals who has more type 2 or more type 1. So for example, slow twitch is type 1. And they use a lot, these muscles use a lot of oxygen. They have higher capacity for aerobic metabolism. They can do endurance exercises, okay? Endurance activities, that means they can run marathon and all these kind of things. So if this patient has more slow twitch, of course, the correct exercises will be endurance exercises or endurance activity. Whereas a patient who is a sprinter, a person who can sprint, use very less oxygen, very short endurance, you cannot then prescribe running activities or long running activities for this patient, okay? So this is one of the example of individuality. Next one, what is quantitative exercise prescription? Okay, now often you see when you go to either your exercise therapist or your physiotherapist, sometimes they teach a patient exercises and they just say, do this 50 times. Now, where does this 50 times come from? How did you come about 50 times? There must be a way of how you assess whether this patient can do 50 times or not. Now, if the patient cannot do it, you tell the patient 50 times. What the patient can do is after 5 times, the patient give up, not doing the exercise. So you will be thinking that your 50 times is very good, but actually it's no good at all for the patient or for the person or your customer because you have over prescribed. So what you need to do is you have to check to make sure that the patient can do the 50 times that you have prescribed. So you cannot just like a light bulb, you know, suddenly light up and you say, okay, do 100 times. I have seen this many times, you know, where therapists tell the patients, go home, do this 100 times, do this 50 times, do this 20 times. But at the end of the day, the patient doesn't do anything because why? You have over prescribed what is not suitable for the patients, right? So Quantitative exercise prescription means you have to have a specific numerical value after assessing the individual's ability. So that means if I ask the patient to walk, I may do a 6-minute walk test. If the patient give up after certain kilometers, I know that this patient's capacity is only a certain or X amount of kilometers. That is how you prescribe the exercise, and not tell the patient go and walk 10,000 steps when the patient can only walk 2,000 or even 1,000 steps. Okay, so that means how do you come to this specific numerical value is you have to assess each customer individually, right? And you can use this to determine the appropriate intensity, duration, frequency, and the mode or the type of exercise that is suitable for the patient to achieve the optimal results. Okay, so if we understand about exercise prescription, we can be sure that we are doing the right thing for the exercise, and this exercise is accepted by their clients because it suits the client. You are not giving exercises that is not suitable and you try to force it down the patient's or the client's throat, then the patient will not comply. So compliance is very important. So quantitative prescription, why you need to do it? Because it ensures optimal amount of your outcome that you desire, okay, without under or over exertion of the patient, okay? Because most of the time, either we prescribe too little or we prescribe too much. We never come to the ideal or optimal number of times, right? And you can do it by doing some tests, very simple tests. And quantitative prescription allows progression over time, because like today you come to me, I will let you do 10 times for 7 days. The next week when you come to me, I will progress by a certain percentage after noting what is the progress of the patient. So this progression will give the patient motivation because the patient can see the results of his hard work. And number 3, it ensures accountability. You know, when you provide clear outlines and you monitor, you give feedback, the patient will stay motivated because it shows that you care. So exercise prescription is not just one component like prescribing the correct exercise. It needs many, many other components together to make sure that your patient stays motivated, shows progress, and continue to follow you with your exercise program. Okay, now some of the methods that you can use to quantify exercise prescription, okay? Now there are many in the market. You can use very expensive equipments and lab monitoring and all this. But what today I'm talking about is very simple tests that can be done to ensure that you provide the correct prescription to the patient and you do not need a lot of money, right? Because expensive lab, not everybody can afford it, and not everybody is trained to do it. But simple things like the heart rate, every one of us can do it, right? Even the exercise therapist, you need not have to be a trained medical professional to carry out a simple thing like the heart rate, okay? Now, using the heart rate to monitor and determine the individual's heart rate response to exercise. That means all you need to know is how to take the pulse of the patient, okay? The next one is rate of perceived exertion. Okay, so the rate of perceived exertion, we know how to do it. Just ask, how hard is this exercise for you? Too hard, reduce. Too little, increase, okay? Then metabolic equivalent, that means it's the max, okay? So you measure the metabolic cost of an exercise. And the last one I'm going to mention is 1 RM. That means you get the patient to lift maximum, and then you decide how many % of maximum that you would like to recommend to this patient. Now, personalized, we mentioned, is specific exercise, plan and design to meet the individual's unique needs, goals, ability, purpose, and preferences. Okay, now other factors that you have to take into account is the fitness level of the individual, look into the history, the composition of the person, okay, and benefits of personalized exercise that it will improve adherence and compliance, understand the individual's needs, and you can set realistic, achievable goals, okay? And you can regularly check on the patients for good outcomes. So what are the components of exercise prescription? Now, this is not new to everybody, right? Everybody knows about it. Frequency, intensity, time, type, volume, and progression, okay? How often do you do it? There's frequency, intensity. How hard do you do it? Time, how long? Type, what type of exercise? Okay, specific exercise. Volume is the total amount, and progression is how much is the advancement. So the take-home message is that exercise prescription is not a cookbook recipe. The right person to do the right type of exercise with the right intensity, right frequency for the right duration, with the right attitude and the right motivation. And this will provide optimal result, okay? With that, thank you very much.
Congratulations, madam. You have given very elaborate introduction about training principle, how we can imply specific training or overloaded. And the very beginning slide, you have mentioned that Hippocrates quote. It is that there is no too little exercise, there is no too much exercise. With this slide, you have explained very nicely what you are going to present throughout the slide. And you have explained about the exercise prescription based on low cost, low technique, and no drug intervention. And you are explaining about where we still prescriber and prescribe based exercise and the client based related exercise. And you have mentioned in between fast twitch fiber and slow twitch fiber, how we can bring it better usage with the help of fit principle, all those things. And you have nicely presented scientific based of exercise prescription. It is based on personalized exercise prescription. All these things you have given very nice introduction. It is just, I recall my MPA classroom. It is very elaborately with a suitable example. You have given nice presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. M.S. Pasodi, sir, to come onto the stage and give the certificates to the presenter and the chairpersons. I thank the chairpersons for chairing the session. Post lunch. So let's have a performance by the students of College of Physical Education, dance with physical education. Let's welcome them. Next session में बुलाएंगे आपको बचा रहो तेरा मत जाएंगे ये नेक्स्ट में बाहरी संतोष सिंह और श्याम कुमार गिरीश सर का भी इसमें भी है ना बुलाएंगे अभी इसको बुलाओ ये सब लोग हैं ना ऑनलाइन में आंसर अभी हीरा मत करना पहले शाम को बुलाओ पहले बाद में हीरा मत Check. Let's all give it up for the government corporation Hyderabad. And hats off to their trainers, their coaches, and the dedication of the students. And now, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's time for the second session of the afternoon. Telemedicine has become very prominent in the past 3 years due to the COVID. And the second speaker of today's afternoon session, Dr. Jacob Rakawa from Czech Republic. We have him with us to present on the telemedicine as a tool for lifestyle changes, including physical activity in adolescents with obesity, family and group intervention. I welcome Dr. Jacob. To chair the session, I request Dr. C.H. Rajarao sir, Dr. Shyam Kumar and Dr. H.S. Jange to kindly chair the session. Welcome.
Nope. Oh, okay, good, finally. Yeah, good. Okay, good afternoon. Hopefully now we are all energized. And firstly, I'd like to thank to everyone who made this possible, honorable chairs, dear guests. It's a great opportunity for me. And I'm supposed to say hello from Professor Irene Aldhoon, who said she couldn't come in, but yeah, she sent me, so here I am, and she said hello. She would love to be here with you. So I'm coming from Central Europe, from Prague, where we have a pediatric clinic. So that's the first thing to know, as I'm a pediatrician. So my topic will be a little different. Since we've talked a lot about non-communicable diseases, we kind of think that the core of this is in pediatric population. So what we see the most is obese pediatric patients. And because of a lot of barriers, we are trying to find a way to address these patients. And that's how we came to telemedicine. Obesity itself, as a typical non-communicable disease, these days in Czech Republic, it would be from 12 to 18%. Worldwide, that would be 10 or 8% of girls these days. But in 15 years, the numbers will double, as the World Obesity Atlas from this year says. So that's a huge topic, and we think that the core for the future is to start already in young ages. So what are the causes of obesity? For pediatric especially, as we see it in Czech Republic, these are, we would say, habitual causes. For example, skipping breakfast and lunch, not eating with the family in the afternoon. These habitual things, when the child eats alone, watches TV, these are small things and small changes that we can take that could help fighting obesity. The rest of the factors are obvious, I would say: junk food, processed foods, insufficient fruit and vegetable intake, social media, and should mention, of course, the sedentary lifestyle, together with COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. These are two things that are current these days, and typically with climate change, the relation might seem not so obvious, but it's what I want to say by this picture is that it's not scary, but it's bilateral. So the obesity kind of causes partakes in climate change, as well as the climate change partakes in the development of obesity in children by a lot of mechanisms, but that's not the topic. To be more specific about the importance, about 84% of pediatrically obese patients get BMI over 30 when they get adult, meaning that 34% of children will have a BMI over 40 kilograms per meter. So these are very alarming statuses. And that's why we think we should start in pediatric ages. The complications, I would say they are fairly obvious. I want to mention the psychological cause, the psychological and musculoskeletal and endocrine complications, especially for physical education. It would be very important to mention incorrect body posture, flat feet, genia valga, and all of these bone disease, orthopedic things that start in a young age and go with life. The economic impact obviously is super important. About 2.9% of GDP should be addressed to obesity in 2035. So how do we treat obesity these days? The main point is a multidisciplinary approach. So the primary care pediatrician, or in adults, primary care healthcare provider should address the obesity, should perform the motivational intervention or the brief intervention, and then he should be followed with nutritionist, psychotherapist, and physiotherapist. According to the patient status, we follow up with endocrine, diabetology, and all of that follow-up. The latest guidelines, as we set them for pediatric patients, talk about nutrition education, and not general nutrition education, not food pyramids, but skills-based lessons. So teaching the children and their parents how to cook, how to eat less processed foods, what are the alternatives to sweet beverages, and so on. The physical activity in general should get about 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous exercise daily. And of course, the reduction of sedentary lifestyle. We've said that adolescents these days, they could spend 8 to 10 hours a day sitting in front of the computer, meaning that we would like to lower this to 2 hours a day, ideally. What the American Association of Pediatrics come in this year is that we should start after the physical interventions. We should start early with the medical treatment as well. So we start at the age of 12 with the first medications, and we start at the age of 13 with the first bariatric surgeries if they are indicated. So these are very specific causes and cases in pediatrics. The barriers to this plan, which is amazing, are, as mentioned before, lack of political will and other systemic causes, I would say, high cost for the patients, not enough well-trained healthcare providers. But what we see is the non-compliance that was mentioned before, and the non-adherence to the training, and the stress that's built around obesity, especially in children. And so these are the things that we want to come over, and that's why we came in with a 12-week program that we called Cardiometabolic Prevention Camp that we run at our department. So we've already had 2 cycles. There are a few more going on. The inclusion criteria are age from 12 to 19, sorry, obesity, and that the obesity should always be lifestyle associated. We want to exclude the secondary causes that are typical for pediatrics, Prader-Willi syndrome, and all of that. And we include not only the children, but their parents as well. So in one group, we have 10 to 12 adolescents, and we have a 3-step, I would say. So the first one is a weekend session when all of us meet together at the clinic, and we do all of the necessary examinations for the study itself. So we do blood tests, cholesterols, we do anthropometry, we do 6 minutes walking tests, and we introduce ourselves to the children and to the parents. So we have the first meeting from all of the specialties of the multidisciplinary approaches I mentioned. So we have the psychologists, we have the physiotherapists, we have ourselves to be seen there. And after this first weekend, we follow up with 12 weeks of telemedicine guided programs. So we have 60 minutes every week. That's, I would say, obligatory for everyone when we focus on cognitive behavior therapy, and as well as for the nutritional group counseling. All of that goes separately for the parents and for the children, because the information that they need are the similar, but the forms that they want to get these informations are a little different. And during that, we have a little sophisticated system of physical activity coaching. After those 12 weeks, we check in once more for the whole, for one day. We repeat all of the assessments. We have one last session of CBT, and we offer the next steps that could be, because obesity is not treated in 3 months. So as I mentioned, the clue for the nutritional skills are not talking about it and not showing the health pyramid, but rather practice, cooking, explaining, and doing that at home with the patients. So that's why we think the telemedicine and why the involvement of the parents could be a good thing to do. The next step is the physical activity coaching. So that's why we are here. So we hold one lesson a week of 60 minutes live training, and we accompany it by other offers, I would say. So by the videos, by other sessions, we have a WhatsApp group for every group of the children in order to maximize their compliance. So we focus both on aerobic and anaerobic training. The plan is partly individual, partly common for all of the 12 children, but the goals are individual, as mentioned before. So what are the advantages of telemedicine in this case? So what we can see, I would say from experience, is that it's very resourceful. It helps us save a lot of money. We have 12 adolescents that we can help basically at once. It's very good for rural or for communities that are a little further from our center. So we can get, as we are a shortage of nutritionists and physiotherapists, especially by pediatricians as well, we are very glad that we can deliver this to the regions, to the rural areas, and they doesn't have to come into the clinic every week, but they still have quite intensive program that lasts for 3 months. We can use the materials repetitively. We can record them. It's of course much cheaper if we were financed by the insurance companies. Also there is the advantage of frequent patient contact. The disadvantage, on the other hand, is that it's super simple to just turn off the camera and stay at home, and that's done, and we lost the child for the hour, and we'll have another chance another week. The absence, we can't do everything online, so the care is not so individualized as we would like to, and of course some potential security issues with the online, but we don't really share any personal information, so we're not scared about that much. So what are the results these days? So far we've held 2 cycles. We have 19 parents, we have 16 children with median age of 16 years, some of them morbidly obese, 200 kilograms and more, some of them 89 kilograms. And so far we can see an important significant decrease in BMI, in waist circumference, and in triglycerols, so that we consider a very positive and promising results. On the other hand, I have to admit, it's after the 3 months of the examination, after 3 months of the program. So what we plan on is staying in contact with the children, and then we'll do the tests once more in 3 months every time we close another cycle. And also we don't lose the contact with the children because we offer them the medication treatment. So for the severe obese patients, we offer GLP-1 agonists and glycemia measurements. Some of them, they stay in our clinic as diabetic patients. So that's the follow-up. Oh, and as well, we plan on using pulse variability to measure and to tailor the physical, the physical exercise. There are a lot of people standing behind this project. There are high hopes for us to help develop the care for obese children, because we still think it's a core of treatment for non-communicable diseases in the future. And these are all of the people that help us. And thank you. Maybe. Well, thank you.
First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Jacob Mukawa for your study on your telemedicine treatment for obesity child management. Not only Czech Republic, but the entire world, the children are suffering with obesity, especially during Corona period, Corona pandemic. The children, not only children, adult people also suffering with obesity. So for your study with the telemedicine intervention for obesity for children, for parents, it's more useful than as per your study results. There are so much of improvement for management of obesity. So these study results will also useful for our Indian also. The research scholars make it note. Then you also use these results by using telemedicine. Thank you very much, Dr. Jacob Mukawa, for a wonderful presentation on this occasion. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. I request Sri Ravi Madan sir from Indiana Sports to come onto the dais to give away the certificates to the presenters and the chairpersons. We thank the chairpersons, Dr. Rajarao sir, Dr. Shyam Kumar and Dr. Jange. The next session is virtual. We have the speaker, Dr. Han-Sung Huang from Taiwan with us, who is with us on Zoom. And Dr. Hansen will be presenting on every move counts, but how much is too much? That's very important. And to chair the session, I request Professor M.A. Bari sir, Dr. Santosh Singh. Professor M.A. Bari, Dr. Santosh Singh, and Dr. Hiramat. Dr. Santosh Singh. Dr. H.S. Jange. Sorry, Dr. Hiramat. So this session will be virtual and we have the speaker with us online. Dr. Hansen. We have already given the host to Dr. Hansen. I hope Dr. Hansen is there with us online.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Kindly share your screen. Already we are presenting the PPT. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon and welcome to the World Conference on Exercise Medicine.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yes, Dr. Hansen. Everything
Yeah.
is visible and everybody is visible to you because you missed the flight yesterday to come India.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
the best. Everybody telling hi to you. Please see everybody is sitting in front of you.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Hansen, good luck.
Yes. Yeah. Can you hear me? The sound is okay? Okay. Should I start? Can you go next? Please go next slide. Yeah. Okay, I'm from Taiwan. You can see Taiwan and India. It take about 9 hours from Taiwan, fly from Taiwan. And originally, I prepared to go, but please show next one. Next slide. You can see the vibrant weather is so triple dance around Taiwan. You can see this situation. That's why I couldn't make it to show up there. Sorry. So that's why I just can do it online. Okay, next. Please, next. This is my school, Tsinghua University. That's the where I'm from, Hualien, Taiwan. Okay, today I would like to talk about the physical activity. What is the optimal physical activity and how much is too much? Please, next. The next. Okay, the physical inactivity, according to WHO, globally now is about 25% adults. They don't do physical activity regularly. And even worse, the adolescents, around 80% in the world, they don't do physical activity regularly. They don't have enough physical activity every day. And then even worse, please, next. Recently, there is a study, next. Please, next. There is a study even shows the situation even worse. You can see here, adult older than 18 years, only around 17.12% meet the WHO physical activity guidelines. And adolescents aged from 12 to 17, only around 19.74% meet the guidelines. So this is really not very good. It's really bad. Okay, next. According to next slide, please. According to the WHO guideline, they recommend that adult at least have to do 150 minutes per week, moderate, to 300 minutes per week, adult. Both moderate and vigorous intensity physical activity, all good, all can improve our health. And also they recommend at least everyone need to do muscle strengthening activity at least 2 days a week. And the people older than 65, at least to do the balanced activity, at least 2-3 days a week. Okay, next, please. Next, please. Next slide. So
According to WHO, they just recommend moderate and vigorous physical activity. But how about the light, the non-moderate and vigorous activity? Does this activity also improve our health? That's the first questions I want to answer. And the second, what is the optimal physical activity a week? They just recommend 150 to 300 minutes per week. But they didn't recommend what is the optimal physical activity for people to do a week. And they didn't recommend the most or the upper limit of physical activity a week for people. So we don't know what is the too much. And then they also didn't of the moderate and vigorous physical activity volume a week, which means how much moderate and how much vigorous that we should do that will be the best, will be the optimal for us to improve our health. Okay, next. Thank you. Next. When we're talking about when we're talking about the moderate and the vigorous, okay, so I bet most of you already know we can moderate our heart rate and we can moderate our VO2 max, and then you can see this is moderate, this is vigorous. Okay, please go back the previous PPT, please. The previous one. Okay, when we're talking about the moderate, which defined 4 times of the VO2 max we take during the rest. So when we say you doing the moderate physical activity, it means you intake three times to 6 times of oxygen during resting. So you are doing the moderate. If you intake 6 times, more than 6 times of oxygen, then you are doing the vigorous exercise or vigorous physical activity. And then we're talking about the total physical activity volume a week. We usually use the physical activity intensity, time, physical activity duration, and the frequency. So this is the example. If you do physical activity for main intensity, which is moderate physical activity, and 60 minutes 3 times a week, then your total physical activity volume a week will be 720 minutes per week. So this is the way we talking about the total physical activity volume a week, or 12 hours per week. So this is total physical activity value a week. Okay, next, please. All right, so I just mentioned so next one. So we can moderate our exercise intensity. If you monitor our heart rate or monitor our VO2 max, is not so convenient. There is a handy way to moderate our monitor our physical activity intensity is talk test. When you're doing the physical activity, you still can talk, you still can talking, but not able to sing, then it is considered as moderate physical activity. But if you are doing physical activity, you are not able to talk even one word, even one sentence, then we say you are doing the vigorous physical activity. Okay, go on. So next. When we're talking about the level of evidence, study evidence, okay, so this is the quality of evidence. So next, I'm going to show you most of the research will from metabolic meta-analysis and symptomatic. Okay, so the first question I would like to answer is, does light or non-moderate vigorous improve health, and how light physical activity works? Okay, so next. According to a study published in 2021, they look at the 6 cohort studies. It shows if you do light physical activity, you are going to every day 30 minutes, you are going to reduce cardiovascular mortality. Light physical activity, which is the intensity less than 3 mAs, which means less than 3 times of oxygen during 3 times of oxygen during your resting intake. Okay, next. And then you compare light intensity physical activity and the moderate to vigorous physical activity 30 minutes per day. You can see light physical activity will only reduce around 17%. So 17% mortality. But if you do 30 minutes per day of moderate to vigorous physical activity, you are going to reduce around 46% cardiovascular mortality. So moderate to vigorous physical activity is better than light physical activity, but still light intensity physical activity still works, still improve our health. Okay, go on. Next. And then I'm going to show you what is the optimal physical activity a week and what is the most over the most optimal. Okay, according to the study by the Jacqueline, they discovered the French and the US athletes. They participate in the Olympic Games from 1912 to 2012. They discovered all the athletes live longer than general population by around 3.5 and 5.1 years longer respectively. So US from American sportsmen, they participate in Olympic Games and they live longer than general population, around 5.1 years. And French athletes, Olympic athletes live 6.5 years longer than general population. Okay, next. Another study, they collected 24 studies and they discovered most of the athletes live longer than general population, but the power athletes, those athletes, they participate the power lift event, now live longer than general population. Okay, next. But another study, they look at the Japanese Olympians. They discover the Japanese Olympians, they participate three times Olympic Games. They had 87% higher relative risk of mortality than those participants once only. So it means if you do too much exercise, actually is not good to our health, even higher, the relative risk of mortality higher than the people only participate the Olympic game once only. Okay, go on next. Next. So we already know if you do too much exercise or the exercise is too intense, the value and the intensity is too high, it's going to have a situation called immunosuppression, which means your immune function is going to be suppressed after exercise. And this situation can last even after exercise 3 to 72 hours after your exercise. Okay, next. So therefore, we already know if you do too much exercise, you are going to increase the risk of the upper respiratory tract infection, even higher to 6 times than the sedentary people. So do too much. If you do too much, you are going to impair your immune function. Okay, next. So this is a typical instance in Taiwan. There was a Taiwanese female runner participated a successive 18 days cross-country race in France. Totally, she ran 1,150 kilometers in total distance. And then eventually she resulted in sepsis in both legs and amputation. So this is the typical example we have in Taiwan. Okay, next. Another problem is if you do too much, you are going to hurt your heart. So here, this is a meta-analysis included 13 studies, and they discover that athletes always have higher atrial fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation. Once you have atrial fibrillation, you are easier to have stroke or cardio infections. Okay, next. Why? Next, why? Oh, okay. Wait. Please, the previous one. Okay, here is another study, 15 study reported data from more than 1 million people. They discover the general population, if they achieve guideline recommended level of physical activity, actually have a lower risk of atrial fibrillation. But previous studies shows that athletes have higher risk of the atrial fibrillation. Okay, next. Why athletes have higher risk of atrial fibrillation? Look at here, cardiac fibrosis. Okay, once you have cardiac fibrosis, means you injure your heart, or you are aging, or you have some kind of heart disease. Then you have fibrotic scars in your heart, and then it can cause electrical conductance or even death. Okay, next. So here is a study published in 2020. They discovered that participants who are doing endurance exercise, they have higher prevalence of cardiac fibrosis, especially long-term endurance exercise. Okay, next. Another problem is the calcified plaque and the non-calcified plaque in our coronary artery vessel. Okay, next. Here is a study published in 2014. They discovered male marathoners had significantly more total coronary plaque volume, include non-calcified plaque and the calcified plaque. So, men in this study, they complete at least one marathon yearly for 25 consecutive years. As long as you run marathon once and continuously 25 years, you are going to have higher risk of the calcified plaque in your coronary artery. Okay, next. And also another study discovered that as long as you do the total physical activity more than 3,000 minutes per week, you are going to have higher coronary artery calcification. So next, more than 3,000 minutes per week. And also this study published this year, they discover as long as you do the very high intensity, especially very vigorous intensity exercise, you are going to have higher coronary artery calcification and also calcified plaque progressions. Okay, next. So this original article shows they also collected a lot of studies, totally 26 studies, and including 89, more than around 9,000 subjects in this study. In general population, they discover no association. There are 7 studies they discover exercise has no association with coronary artery calcification. But there are 4 studies they discover too much exercise has a positive association. And the 2 studies, 6 studies have inverse relationship with coronary artery calcification. And 2 studies, they discover there is a U-shaped relationship. And so some studies discover positive. So next. So only around 4 studies. Next. Please, next. So far, we need to be careful. At least there are some studies that discover once you do too much exercise, actually you will hurt your heart. And what is the point? Where is the point? If we go over this point, go over this total volume, physical activity volume a week, we still don't know. Okay, next. Actually, physical activity is good to your health. So what is the most benefit of exercise? Our total physical activity a week, we need to find out. Okay, next. So far, we already know there are some studies that discover around 3,000 to 3,500 calories per week, or 40 to 75 hour per week physical activity volume a week. The benefits will lost. You can see the mortality risk is going to increase if you go over this point. You go over this point. Okay, next. So next. Please, next. Next. Please, next. Okay, please turn to and so far we already know. You can see this slide here. Around 3,000 to 4,000 minutes per week is the best. Is you will get the major benefits. Okay, next. Next. Okay, please. And according to another study published in 2022, last year, physical activity actually can prevent COVID-19 deaths if you infect COVID-19, and if you do the regular physical activity, and it will reduce the mortality of the affecting the COVID-19. Okay, next. Please, next. Okay, please, next. And this is the latest study. They collected more than 190 articles, and they discover the benefits, health benefits after you do the exercise. You do 150 minutes per week. After that, you can see the mortality risks continue to decline, to decrease until 30 hours per week, which is about 450 minutes per week. And then next, please, next. Hello. Okay, so there is a study around at least 5,000 minutes per week for all cause mortality. Well, it's another good point. But after that, you can see the mortality risk slightly increased. And next. Can you make it bigger? Can you make it bigger? Okay, a study published in 2017, they discover the upper limit is about 100 hours per week, which is about 6,000 minutes per week. 6,000 minutes per week is about 1,500 minutes per week. Moderate physical activity. Okay, next. So, United States, they have their guideline for Americans, and their second addiction. They discover if you do 150 minutes moderate physical activity, you are going to acquire 70% of the benefits of physical activity. And if you do 300 minutes per week, moderate physical activity, you are going to acquire 88% of benefits. So go on, so next. And they also discover as long as you go over 10 times of recommended guideline, physical activity guideline by WHO, you are going to lose some benefits of the physical activity. So I would like to recommend don't go over. So the upper limit is 10 times of physical activity recommendation by WHO. And the 5 times will be the most optimal, the optimal, the best, the best physical activity a week. I'm talking about a week physical activity volume totally. Okay. Okay, next. And what is the best combination of the moderate and the vigorous physical activity a week? So next. You can see as long as you have around 30% of your total physical activity a week is vigorous. More than 30% of them are vigorous physical activity. You are going to reduce more all-cause mortality. And next. And 50 to 75% of your total physical activity is vigorous physical activity will reduce the most, reduce more all-cause mortality. Okay, next. All right, so I'm going to go on. I'm going to cut it short. Cut it short. Go on. Next. Okay, next. Go on. Next. Okay, go on. So actually, I'm going to. So this is my summary. So light physical activity intensity, as long as higher than 1.5 MET, it improve our health. And total physical activity a week, you can do 1 MET to 10 times recommended physical activity by WHO. And the optimal physical activity a week is 5 times of recommended physical activity. Optimal vigorous physical activity percentage of total physical activity a week is 30% to 75% vigorous intensity of total physical activity. And then physical activity more, you can use HIIT resistance training and aerobic, and another way we call the exercise snack and daily life physical activity. Okay, next. So this, next. So next I have a, no, not yet. This one. Okay, I have a example here. If you want to use 3,000 minutes per week, and I would recommend 40% of them are vigorous physical activity, and 40% are moderate physical activity, and 20% is the light physical activity. And vigorous physical activity, you can do HIIT and resistance training. And then moderate physical activity, I would recommend aerobic exercise and exercise snack. And light physical activity, I would recommend you accumulated daily activity. For example, walking to walk, or walking to a toilet, or walking climb stairs, like that. So this is what I recommend the people to do. Okay, next. This is my last slide. Thank you. Hopefully it helps. Yeah. I stopped. Yeah. I finished.
Certificate will be given online through your mail. Your certificate will be sent to your email. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
I request our chairpersons. जरा ये लोग ऑनर करिए थोड़ा.
Hopefully it helps.
The chairpersons को थोड़ा ऑनर करो आप आके. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you.
हाँ सर, संजू साहब आप ही मदद कर थोड़ा ऑनर करिए. Give clap hands our chairpersons online. Dr. Bari साहब, Hiramat, and Santosh Singh from Manipur University.
The next presentation online is we have stopped for because it required some cooling. We have gone for the another speaker Girish. He will tell without PPT.
Thank you very much.
Madam,
Thank you.
the next session by Brahma Kumari Sri E.V. Girish sir, the power of mind to increase adherence to exercise regimes. And the session will be chaired by Dr. M.S. Pasodi, Dr. T. Preeti Reddy, Department of Education, Usmania University, and Dr. M.V.L. Surya Kumari ma'am. I welcome the chairpersons, Dr. M.S. Pasodi, Dr. T. Preeti Reddy, and Dr. M.V.L. Surya Kumari. I welcome Sri E.V. Girish Garu to give the presentation on the power of mind to increase adherence to exercise regimes. Welcome, sir.
I don't have a presentation. Om Shanti. I want you to repeat this word, Om Shanti. Wonderful. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, students, it's a great honor for me to be a part of this international conference on exercise medicine. My topic is little interactive. I've not made any presentation, and I want your undivided attention here on the stage. Can I get a confirmation from the audience? Okay. The student community is busy in the mobile phone. I want you to pay little attention. Okay. Clap for yourself once so that I know that you are authentically awake. Because I know when these kind of sessions happen, people sleep with their eyes open. They are capable enough. They tend to show that they are awake, but it is otherwise. So friends, my topic today happens to be a very beautiful synergy between the mind and the body. And you may be very well aware that how important is the power of the mind with respect to adhering to your fitness goals is concerned. So before I dwell upon what the mind can do, I want to demonstrate the power of the mind so that it becomes a little more meaningful and you really pay attention to what I'm going to present. So I need a couple of volunteers on stage. Let me see how many of you can participate. I want 1 or 2 volunteers to come here on stage, and I want to demonstrate what the power of mind can do. Anybody willing to come on stage? Raise your hand. Oh, wonderful. One boy, please come. Okay. Yeah, come here, come here. Anybody else? Oh, wonderful. 2 people. Please come. Just walk onto the stage. I've got 3 wonderful people out here. Please clap for them. Great. What's your name? Siddharth. And what do you do?
I am a PE teacher in Mumbai.
Oh, you're from Mumbai?
Yeah.
You've traveled all the way. Come. I want 1 more people. Oh, you want me to stand a little back? What's your name? D. Nikhil. I had 1 more girl student walking. Please come. Okay. And what's your name? Vanilla, and what do you do?
PhD scholar at National Institute of Nutrition.
Oh, fantastic. She's a PhD scholar. Friends, I don't know whether you have done this exercise before or not, but I want to demonstrate a very beautiful exercise. I want to start with you, Vanilla. She can just hold it. I want you to come a little ahead because I don't want the influence of the fan to impact. So this is a small metal washer, which we use it in plumbing. Piece of thread. Okay. I want you to stand here because I don't want the, yeah. So Vanilla, do you know the power of mind?
I don't know. I'm exploring it right now.
Okay. You're exploring it right now. So Vanilla, hold this. I want you to make it a little steady.
Steady?
Yeah. Do you know me?
No.
Oh, fantastic. So there is no match fixing here. Huh? This is the first time you're meeting me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. So Vanilla, I want you to look at this washer and think that it is moving left and right. Believe in yourself. Say it with complete conviction that this washer is moving left and right. Okay, hold on. I want now you to think that this piece of metal is moving in the front and coming back, to and forth. Just think about it, feel it, believe it. Is going in the front and coming back. Are you doing it with your hand? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, fine. That's okay. I want now you to think that this metal piece is moving anti-clockwise. It is moving anti-clockwise. Yeah, please clap. The problem is we don't even know there is a magical energy within me and it can achieve anything and everything possible. Is it moving anti-clockwise? Oh, fantastic. Stop. I want now you to think it is moving clockwise. It is moving clockwise. Is it happening?
Yes, it is happening.
Fantastic. I want you to give a real big round of applause. Whatever you think, it will manifest. The challenge is, can you think consciously, deliberately, purposefully something which is very positive? Whether you decide about an outcome as far as the fitness goals is concerned or an exercise regime is concerned, you stick to it every day, every now and then with a positive outlook. It will happen. But the challenge is we don't think positive. We set our goals, but then we create a lot of mental blocks. Our mindset is not very positive. So it should not happen that only she can do. Let us try with the other side of the stage. What's your name?
Siddharth.
Siddharth. Wonderful. And he's so smart. He gave his cell phone to him. Please record it so that Siddharth, right?
Yes,
Okay. You believe in yourself?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. What you get and what you do is not important in comparison to what you believe. So I want you to believe. Are you under stress?
Little.
Oh, fantastic. That's okay. Relax. Siddharth, look at it. Tell your mind that this washer or a metal piece is moving like a pendulum, left and right, left and right. The problem is we have not understood or harnessed the power of the mind. Siddharth, your mind listens to you. Yeah, it obeys you, provided you feed it with the right thought. Okay, now I want you to think, believe with a lot of conviction and gumption. Hold it. Don't look here and there. Your girlfriend sitting there? भाई तुम लोग क्यों excited हो रहे हो? इसके बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ. The friends are getting excited. Hold it, hold it. Stop. Now I want you to think it is moving anti-clockwise. The blower can also influence it, but oh, fantastic. Oh, yeah. Clockwise. Siddharth, this piece of metal is moving clockwise. All you have to do is to create, believe, trust, and it will happen. That's how nature has designed you and me. Unfortunately, we have not. My God, it's happening. Siddharth, can you believe?
Yes.
Are you doing it deliberately?
No.
You're sure? You can tell the audience that you're not doing it with your hand. It's just happening.
Yes.
Yes, I am trying to hold it very firm that it will not move, but from my thinking of mind, it is moving automatically.
Fantastic. If this guy decides every morning I'll get up and do 5 minutes exercise, his body should listen. Yes or no? Then laziness should not overpower him. No, I'll do it tomorrow. Let me sleep for today. I have back pain. That's the problem. Oh, let's try with the third person. What's your name?
D. Nikhil.
D. Nikhil. And what does this D stands for?
Daguru.
Daguru. And what does that mean?
It's a cash name.
Oh, fantastic. And you're from which part of the country?
Hyderabad.
Hyderabad. And what do you play?
Volleyball.
Volleyball. Fantastic. Great. So Nikhil, yeah, just look at it. Create a thought. Have complete conviction. Believe in it that this piece of metal is moving left and right. Oh, the first time somebody from the audience is volunteering it. Come, come, come. It's moving left and right. Okay, it's moving in the front and coming back. Fine, D. Nikhil, your mind is too good. Come, stand here. Okay, what's your name?
Madhavi.
And what do you do?
B.Ped first year.
You're from Hyderabad?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we give a big round of applause? She volunteered herself that I want to try. You are trying to check this game, or you're trying to check your mind, or you're trying to find, why did you come on stage on your own?
I check myself.
You want to check yourself?
Yes, sir.
Whether your mind, can impact something which is non-living thing? Fantastic. What's your name?
Madhu.
Madhu. Okay, just a little bit on the higher side. Hold it. Madhu, you should keep your hands steady as much as possible. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Madhu, I want you to think, create this thought that this piece of metal is moving anti-clockwise. It's moving anti-clockwise. Don't doubt. She's creating a doubt. Why is it not happening? Why is it not happening? It will listen, dear. Yeah, just create a thought, no other thought. This pendulum, this piece of metal is moving. Achha, we'll start with the left and right. It's moving left and right. I never had so much of silence in my audience in any given presentation. You know why is this not happening? She is more concerned about the outcome. She is not believing. Yeah, in तीनों का हो गया, मेरा नहीं होगा तो क्या होगा? Let me check my mind. Does my mind? She's already colored. Madhu, relax.
Okay,
Don't worry. Whether this happens or not doesn't mean your mind is not good, because you're more concerned about the outcome. I want to clear this exam. I want to clear this, this competition. I want to represent India. I want to represent the country. She's already under stress. That's why the mind. Hold on, relax, Madhu. Left and right. Wonderful, it will happen. Let me try, friends. Okay, just give them a big round of applause. So what's the learning? Hello, PhD student, what's the learning?
I mean, affirmations, all of that is actually, it's not pseudoscience, it is real.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Friends, if your mind can, just please take your seat. Thank you so much. Can you give a big round of applause, friends? The real workout starts in the mind. And if your mind can perceive it, if your thoughts, you can give positive thoughts to yourself, your muscle starts working, your body starts working. So let me try myself, friends, okay? And people who meditate, who practice, silence, who check their own thought processes, it happens so fast. So what do you want this to happen? Clockwise, okay? I want this metal piece to move clockwise. Believe me, friends, this is so amazing. You can just create a thought and this works wonders. Your heart will listen to you. Your BP will listen to you. Your blood pressure will listen to you. I want this piece of metal to move anti-clockwise. There is a very strong mind-body connection. And if I can little take time, not only exercise as medicine, mind as a tool, so that I can meditate on it. This is listening to me. Anti-clockwise. Thanks to my good fortune that the last 27 years I've been practicing meditation. And the moment you become a master of your mind, and if you think that I'm doing it very deliberately with my hand, I tied it to a piece of metal. I didn't touch it. I just kept my finger on it. It started listening to me. Now, this is something which is inanimate. This is just a piece of metal. I just, picked it from a hardware shop. But your body, lives. It's an energy. And anything you want to achieve and you want to stick to a particular regime, 100% is possible. Only one person is not allowing that to happen, and that is you. And only one person can make it 100% possible. It's you. And when I speak about you, it is nothing but my thought processes. And, one of the primary functions, if you want to progress, consistency is a must. So when we are speaking about adherence to any new transformative habit or an exercise, what is very important is your consistency. And consistency is a product of self-discipline. And any habit that I want to change, believe me, friends, it works at 3 levels. One, whether your change that you're trying to bring or any new habit formation you're trying to bring, is it based on outcomes? I want to lose 20 kgs. I want to compete in this particular competition. I want to win this particular match. And it is theorized, yes, outcome-based changes or outcome-based self-suggestion is very important, but it takes so much of willpower. And in any of the days you were not able to do it, maybe for the last 6 months you're doing that exercise or you couldn't, win a match. What happens that progress takes time and setbacks are normal in life. But the moment that setbacks enter into your mindset and you say to yourself, oh God, I'm a failure, gone with the wind. Even if you have the ability to win the next moment, what you have already done is you have the self-negative talk will impact your next performance or the willingness to get up next day morning to do your exercises. So the first one, any changes that one needs to bring in is outcome-based. Now, outcome-based is always about getting some result. Now, this getting some result stresses you. You are not enjoying the process. The second outcome or the second changes that can bring about some changes or transformation is what we call it as process-based transformation. Okay, if I want to lose 20 kgs, thrice in a week, I will go to the gym. Or maybe 5 days a week, I will do running or jogging. So that is process-based. So process-based is always with relation to what you do. The first one was what you get. Now, getting and doing also requires a lot of self-discipline, motivation, dedication, sincerity. Again, it is taxing your mind. And the third one, which I learned it here in the Brahma Kumaris, is what we call it as any changes that you bring in through the changes in your identity. And identity means what you believe in. It's not about what you get, the result. It's not about what you do, neither the process, although both the things are very important. But it's about your identity. I believe that this will move. I believe that I'm smart. I believe that I have fit body. I believe. And with that belief system, the process as well as the getting will become very easy. So the question is, what really creates an impact or maybe an impediment in the whole process of getting and doing is what you believe in yourself and what is the kind of thoughts you generate for yourself. So if I create a thought that let this piece of metal move clockwise, and let us assume it is moving anti-clockwise, it means I want a certain outcome, but it is not happening because you don't believe in that particular thing. So how do you create, certain, mental programming so that adhering to certain fitness goals becomes easy? So let me share a few tips. Number one, can you enjoy the process? I am less goal-oriented. I do appreciate that the goal is very important, but more than the goal, can I be process-oriented? Can I enjoy Can I be one with that particular act that whatever I'm doing? So Madhu came here, she was more stressed. She was not enjoying the process. She was more under stress because of the outcome. How many of you do get stress in your life? Raise your hand. Oh, good. How many of you don't experience stress in your life? Raise your hand. Oh, this is a funny question, because when I ask the second question, most of the audience, they'll turn around here and there. कौन है जो जिसको tension नहीं होता है? How is this person free from stress where I'm so, impacted by stress? Third and my final question. Those people who have still not raised their hand, please raise your hand and tell me what category you fall into. Because when I ask the first question, how many of you do get stress? Second question, how many of you don't get stress? Please tell me what's the third category. On a lighter vein, don't take it otherwise. On a lighter vein, I was doing a program for the Indian Army. So I asked the third question. Those people raise hand and tell me which category you belong to. So the CEO, the commanding officer of that particular entire unit, he raised his hand and said, "Sir, I will tell you about my entire team." I said, "Please go ahead." He said the third category is the most dangerous category. They are experiencing stress even to raise their hand. So don't please ask them to raise their hand. Now that's the third. Can you all little laugh and smile? Are you enjoying today's international conference? Only for the certificate? These students lie also, huh? आप इतने अच्छी तरह झूठ बोल रहे हो, ये मुझे समझ में आ रहा है. No. अच्छा, खाना के लिए आए थे यहाँ पर, ठीक है. Pardon? Oh, yes, they are saying. Acha, no, ठीक है. I understand that your professors are sitting here. That is why you are saying like this. Number one, friends, can you enjoy the process? Can you set in realistic goals? Can you set in positive intentions? Don't think about the challenge, whether it will happen or look at one single thought, whether it will happen or not, it will not happen. And it is so subtle, it is so natural, it is so a part of me that I'm not able to even, highlight and pick it and isolate one negative thought. And then, generally people come and tell me, "Sir, I am doing all what you're asking me to do. I have set my goals, I'm doing it, but it is a struggle again. I'm not able to be consistent and persistent in my regularity with my exercise regime or any activity that you want to do to make your life successful." Why this is happening is because it is so subtle that the negative thoughts is not very positive. Number three, the most number of, conversation that you do is with yourself, friends. More than conversing with someone else, we converse with ourselves. And if I need to ask you, what is the quality of the self-conversation or the self-talk that I do with myself? And it is generally found that most of my self-talk with myself is not also very constructive, positive, and meaningful and purposeful. They are very loose, unwanted, negative-filled thoughts. Oh, I couldn't do this. I did not do this. I'll give you a very simple example, friends. Now, in psychology, this is called as mental trap. We don't realize that I'm under trap. I want to succeed, but I'm not able to do so. So say, for example, I couldn't get up one morning to do my exercise. So the fact of the matter is I couldn't get up and do my exercise, or maybe I failed in one exam, or maybe I lost one competition. That's a fact. But generally my self-talk to myself is, I am a failure. So there's a big difference between I lost that match versus I'm a failure. And generally it is found that we certify ourselves and we program ourselves that I'm a failure. My life is a struggle. Believe me, friends, these are thermonuclear emotional bombs, and it devastates all your competencies, your capacities, your abilities, your skills for which you are endowed by the Almighty, but you're not able to put forth to it. Yes. So the fourth tip is, can I set and practice little meditation. And meditation in simple terms is, can you be very loving, very caring, very soft, very kind, very compassionate to yourself? It's okay, I couldn't do it, but that's fine. How would you expect your friend to console you? Can you also do it in case you are not able to do it? So in your exercise regime, can you set in realistic goals? Can you have a very strong body who can do it? Can you make it very joyful? Can you make it little, with variety of exercises? Say, for example, you don't like to be in a gym. Maybe you can go out in the garden and do little exercises. All these exercise regimes may differ from person to person. Not necessarily that one strategy will work on one person, it will work onto the second person also. So basically, friends, if I need to tell you, you have to tap the power of the mind with self-talk, with the right mindset, with positive affirmation, with mindfulness, with meditation. And if you can apply these things at a thought level to any of the activities that you're doing, any of the habits which is not helping you, any of the new habit that you want to form, what you need to do is you have to create an identity. See for yourself that you have already achieved. Enjoy the whole process. And I think, the whole process of life to succeed and create positive outcomes will become very easy, very meaningful, and you will enjoy the whole process. Thank you so much, friends. I really enjoyed the talk. I hope the same at your end. God bless you. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Girish, sir. We have done very wonderful lecture regarding power in mind. What a beautifully we have given that is a goal and program. Ultimately, so in physical education and sports, we are all fraternity of physical education and sports. We are going to be concentrate. We have that is what you have said in the other side, that is an meditation. Yoga and meditation, all physical education fraternity they are doing every day. They are the part of in physical education. Thank you, Dr. Girish, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee and my own behalf, I thankful to Dr. Girish, sir. Thank you,
sir. I request Virendra sir, please come. Psychology people are there. You have honored them. वसंता बहन जी जरा ऊपर आ जाना, आपको भी गिरीश भाई के लिए एक बार सम्मान करने का है. जस्ट आप आए तो उधर. I request Virendra sir and Vasanta Bainji, sister, to honor our speaker and chairpersons also.
Thank you, Girish, sir. I request the chair to continue. And the next session is by Dr. Gary Kwan. The topic, psychological benefits of exercise for type 2 diabetes mellitus patients. I invite Gary onto the stage.
Dr. Gary Kwan is a psychologist for badminton teams of Malaysia. He is having a wonderful techniques to for the performance.
Hello, hello. Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Professor Rajesh, and also thank you for the organizer for inviting me all the way from Malaysia. Okay. Before I start, can I invite everyone to stand up? Let's sing a song called Fight Song. Okay, just follow my action.
And friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's working too deep. Saying too deep, too deep. 2 years I'm missing. There's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe, yeah, I still believe. All those things I didn't say. This is like can't see can make a heart. That explosion. This is my Still got a lot of violence in me.
One more time. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Gary from Malaysia. So if you want to contact me, that's my information. There's some of my awards. I'm one of the recipients for the Malaysian Top Outstanding Young Malaysian. So you know people like Jackie Chan, Michelle Yeoh is also one of the honoraries as well. So I'm a sports psychologist whereby I work with athletes, and I'm also a lecturer at University Science Malaysia. So I do a lot of research, and I also applies work whereby I attach with Team GB as well. Okay, so quickly greetings from our Asian South Pacific Association of Sports Psychology. So Professor Jolly Roy is from India, and this is the work I did. So later, if you ask a good question, I will give you one of my book, free. Okay, and there's a pen from Dr. Lee Chong Wei. Okay, so regarding my presentations, is about psychology. Okay, what are the psychology impacts for helping types 2 diabetes? As you know, just now when we play the fight song, what do you feel? You feel good, okay? You want to fight, right? Whenever people feel good, whenever people want to fight, the psychological impact will enhance. For example, your motivations, your imageries, you have the mental willpowers to fight better. Okay, so my presentations will be coming from my research from USM, talking about how we were able to implement brain breaks for helping type 2 diabetes mellitus patients, and also able to help them able to get through the exercise adherence. Many times we give an exercise program. Okay, so 1 week we give them exercise program. Second week, we give another exercise program. The third week, we give another exercise program. And what happened on the 4th week? Nobody turns up. Okay, the reason is there's no adherence on the exercise program. It is the same exercise program. Okay, so people feel bored and people feel tired. So after a few weeks, they do not turn up. Okay, and that's why we come up with a program talks about brain breaks that we were able to implement with musics and able to help exercise more fun and interesting. Okay, as we know today, we've been talking for the entire full days, talking about exercise is the most single powerful tools. You have to optimize your brain functions and mental health. So today, if you feel mental block just now, you just go for a walk, you come back, you feel better. Okay, today you go, you maybe have a lot of assignments could not finish. Okay, you go for a walk, just a 30 minutes walks, and then you come back, you're feeling better, able to solve your problems and able to complete your assignments. Okay, in fact, Dr. Reddy said that the main premises on exercise is to build and conditions the brain. Okay, building muscles and conditioning the heart and lungs are just the side effects of exercise. Okay, so the brain response, like the muscles do, grow with the use. If we exercise more, our brain get better, and we exercise less, and your brain strong as well. Okay, so as we know that there's many scientific rationales talking about the importance of exercise on mental health, whereby it enhances coping, it gives us positive effects, it reduces the sensation and craving or pain, or it increases the positive mood as well. Okay, so
In our study, we talk about the trans-theoretical model, whereby we want to use the model by Procastel and Dementi, talking about how we were able to change a person using exercises, using these stages of change model, which is from pre-contemplation, never exercised before, to contemplations. They are contemplating to exercise, and then they are preparations for exercise, going to actions, and then maintenance, continuing exercise. Okay, hopefully by giving a good exercise program, they will not relapse going back to not exercise. The reason is when people start to exercise and sometimes they feel that the program is not working and they relapse going back to not exercise. The next time you want them to exercise again, is it easy or not? It is very hard. Okay, so we try not to let them relapse by giving them motivations to continue in the maintenance stage. Okay, and that's why we use the process of change, changes on the cognitive and behavior, and also decisional balance, the pro and disadvantages of exercise, and also increasing the exercise self-efficacy. Okay, so as we know that because of COVID-19, our study shows 11 countries and also 60 countries from the restriction lockdown. Okay, over 60,000 of data, and shows that all the 11 countries and 60 countries are increased significantly in depression and anxiety. Okay, so the good news is by exercise, it reduces your stress, it reduces anxiety, depressions, it increases your affective, positive, happy moods, and the quality of life, and of course to increase your well-being as well. Okay, so this is the brain breaks videos that we did. Deaf sound
and affected our very lives.
Untuk itu kerajaan memutuskan
down in
melaksanakan perintah kawalan pergerakan.
The sunlight, the natural sound of birds chirping, and the cool breeze of fresh air from the morning jog. HubSpot has come up with an interactive online web-based videos developed with the sole purpose to help revitalize behavior and promote engagement in physical activities. With collaborators from more than 50 countries and regions, the videos are available online for free to be streamed or downloaded. You could watch and follow the movements in the video from more than 500 videos created from brain breakers from all over the world. Make your brain breaks, an innovative way of teaching physical activities during the MCO.
Okay, so what we did is we used brain breaks, which is just exercise videos. There's over 500 videos available, and we use only moderate to high intensity videos to help the types 2 diabetes mellitus patients, because during this COVID-19, because it's locked down, so they could not go out to exercise, and we send the video to them and also ask them to see and to exercise together and video it and send it back to us. Okay, so what is the objective of this brain breaks exercise? We challenge the orthodox ideas whereby exercise must be conducted only outdoor. It actually can be conducted indoor as well. We leverage on resources whereby you only need internet, you were able to access to all the 500 videos of brain breaks. Okay, no charges, it's free. And then we harness the trend, you were able to exercise together in the family. Okay, imagine you do not like to exercise, but your family exercise together with you. That's the fun and enjoyment of having exercise at home together. Okay, and we also understand the needs whereby new contents are created every month, and then we have motivations for the type 2 diabetes patients and also cultural specific. Okay, so you can just go to brainbreaks.com to download, or you need to register an account, and then you have access over to 500 videos, moderate to high intensities, and then follow with the movement. And when you finish, you just need to fill in the post-test questionnaire. Okay, so this study actually published at the British Journal of Sports Medicine, talking about brain breaks sports physical activity investment that works. And the founder is actually Professor Min Kai Chin and also Mr. Tom Root in US. Okay, so what is our problems? Because during the COVID-19 periods, people have no access to exercise and they could not go out to exercise. And that's why we see that that's a gap in research. And then we want to conduct studies, especially for the type 2 diabetes patients. Okay, and that's why we develop structures to examine the effects of brain breaks exercises on the TTM model, on the motive of physical activity. What is their motivations to participate in physical activity, the amount of physical activity, and also what are the TTM models, trans-theoretical construct, which include the behavior of change and process of change. Okay, so we have here type 2 diabetes mellitus patients coming to us. And then we have divided them into different groups using sample size calculations. And the interventions groups will be going through just through the WhatsApps. And they fill the questionnaire on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and 4th months at the end of the interventions. Whereas for the control groups, they will just need to fill in the questionnaire, and then they continue their normal routines. And after finishing the 4th week of the exercise module, we will also give them access to the Brain Breaks video as well. Okay, so you can see that we have 100 participants randomized into 2 groups, control and interventions groups, and then they follow through the exercise, and then of course there's some loss during the follow-up as well. Okay, and then this the analysis. We use a mixed factorial ANOVA, and you can see that both groups do not have any changes in their pre-test, and so they are equally similar. However, in their processes of change and their decisional balance after the interventions of time 1, time 2, time 3, time 4, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and you can see that all groups actually increase significantly in terms of their cognitive and behavior, and also in their the positive and negative of changes, pro and cons. So you can see the upward trends going upwards in terms of cognitive and also behavioral change. Okay. Likewise, in terms of their motive to participate in physical activity, their motivations to participate in physical activities because of competencies, appearance, expectations, affiliations, physical conditions, mastery and enjoyments, all also shows significance effects compared to the control groups. Of course, we can see an upward trend, okay, except the other expectation. So upward trend. So what are the key findings from our studies? You can see that by implementing exercise during this lockdown periods, okay, it will able to give them a lot of motivations and also positive change after exercise, and also the motive of physical activity increases significantly compared to the control groups. Okay, so we can see that we can implement more exercise videos for the type 2 diabetes. In conclusions, we found that it is quite effective in helping Malaysians with type 2 diabetes populations to level up their psychological factors on motivations as well as their physical activity levels for better health conditions and better quality of life. What are the impacts of these studies, of these innovations? Because of implementing these studies, we have over 4,000 new users registered from Malaysia, and that's over 12,000 downloads just during the COVID lockdown periods. And that's these 54 countries collaborations. And we also managed to publish 11 publications through this study as well. Okay, this is one of the innovation awards that we got a gold medal for implementing for type 2 diabetes patients. And we also got the award for the global community for the sustainable developmental goals by JCI. Okay, so let me just finish with a quick videos. That is what we did with the Malaysia Paralympic. Can you on for a while? Cannot. Okay, it's not moving. It's okay. So basically, I just want to say that as a sports psychologist, okay, when they started with the Paralympic in Malaysia, they do not have a sponsor. They don't have sponsors and they are worried how they are able to bring themselves into real. Okay. And then what we did is we tell them that more important, focus in what you want to do. Okay. They focus and they did their best and they bring back 3 Paralympics gold medal and 1 bronze medal to Malaysia. And through that, after that, everyone single athletes are now being paid an allowance and also being fully sponsored by Yonex. Okay, so this is some of our publications. And if you want to know more about our studies, you can just Google it and then just put type 2 diabetes on brain breaks videos, and you will find our studies on scientific reports, on PLOS ONE, etc. Let me finish with just a quick quote. Visions without action is merely a dream. If you have a vision, but you are not doing any action, okay, you're just visionly thinking you want to do something, but you're not action. What happened? It is just a dream. Action without vision just passes the time. If you are doing a lot of things, you are just action, but you do not have any direction. Okay, you are just passes the time. One day, another day, another day. Let me submit to you this quote by Joel Barkers. He said that visions with action. Visions with actions, you can change the world. And through this exercise medicine conference, I hope that after you learn all the informations and sharings together, let's us have vision and to work on it and with action, and we can change the world. With that, thank you very much and terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. His main technique is wipeout.
Thank you, Professor. Young and energetic, a great psychologist. You have done a very wonderful work regarding the brain breaks. And also you have given a very wonderful dancing. That is all psychologically you have came into the one platform for the all audience. And also I remember Limbu, who is here, all Malaysians, because number of times Professor Rajesh Kumar, he has led the Indian team at Malaysia, and I'm not going to forget it. Young psychologist, you have given stress, strain, anxiety, and motivation, aggression, and self-confidence, whatever you have quoted regarding that psychological. And also, I never forget in the last breath, that is zero budget. Claps it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a zero budget. What Malaysian has done in international conference, that is zero budget is very much here. Thank you, young psychologists. Thank you.
Sir, request Dr. Malina Balram, please come to honor the guest. Madam, sum up.
Sir, one question to Dr. Gary, sir, Professor Gary, sir. Sir, the brain has a right and left hemisphere. And in your studies, you have chosen the diabetes patients. Some of the exercises stimulate right hemisphere, some of the exercises stimulate left hemisphere. Together stimulation, such kind of exercises, intervention, have you ever tried about it, sir?
Okay, thank you for a very good question. In fact, yes, by having brain breaks, it actually bypass our frontal lobe response and store in our occipital brain. And the right and left hemisphere, basically, for your left, right, is about your movement, right? So, for example, if you move your right hands, and what happens? Your left hemisphere has been activated. So what we did is what we call a neuropriming. Okay, you can actually hack the brain to use the exercises to be more actively. Yes, but however, we do not actually do a lot of study on that. We are still building up in USM. We do have a brain network labs, and you can also come over and also do a lot more research using the EEG machine as well. Okay, so we are working more on the neuropriming and neurostimulations, but not so much on the recording of data. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gary, for your nice presentation. Brain breaks is a very good initiative. Now, worldwide, where the diabetic cases are getting increased. And as you all know, basically, Adhicha Vyadhi, it's a stress-borne disease. It's not a disease, basically, it's a disorder. Through lifestyle management and calming down of the mind, I think people can maintain their blood glucose levels. It's a very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Malayalam program also Indian team physiotherapist in athletics. Yes. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. The next speaker with us today, Dr. Virender Chennoju from U&Me, India, and the topic, effect of physical exercise on mental health and self-esteem. The chairpersons for the session, Dr. Jagan Mohan, Dr. Srinivas Nallila, and Dr. G. Akila. I request all the three chairpersons to kindly occupy your chairs on the stage. And the session is on for Dr. C. Virender.
Welcome, sir.
Hello. Good evening to all of you. Welcome all the worldwide delegates to this wonderful World Conference on Exercise Medicine. Before I present my session, let me thank the IFFSA and SCSS and all the universities and colleges for their continuous support in making this program in a big level. And let me also thank my parents for giving this wonderful life. And let me also thank all my teachers who really added great amount of validation to my life. Let me thank my wife, kids and family and friends for their continuous emotional support. And let me also thank the thousands of clients who really interacted with me and made me become more wise and also learned many things because of their interaction. Let me also thank farmers of this land who are continuously, constantly struggling to feed us to survive on this planet. Let us also once again remind the sacrifices made by the COVID warriors, the doctors and researchers, philanthropists, who really put their life in front of us and who saved us. And because of that, now we are all interacting with each other in this hall. So good evening to all of you. Excellent. So I really feel very happy that you are still energetic and also enthusiastic. So today I'm going to talk about the impact of the physical exercise on mental health and self-esteem. So since morning you have been listening to various sessions, and every session is talking about the NCD, non-communicable diseases. What really non-communicable diseases contains, you know pretty well, but none of the sessions are not touching about the mental health. Mental health is the most important aspect right now because it is also comes under the non-communicable disease like injuries, like diabetes, like hypertension. After pandemic, if you can see the data, I've done research. What are the mental health issues of the kids? Hello. And also the adults. At the same time, we also assess the old age people also. Throughout the scan of the age groups, we identify that around 45 to 60% of the these generations have mental health issues. Majorly anxiety, depression, and obsessions and compulsive disorders. These are the three most prominent issues which are really disturbed the health of many of the people on this globe, especially in India. But unfortunately, we are not concerned about our mental health. We invest a lot of money to decorate ourselves, to look good. We go to the parlors, we go to the gyms, we go to the dresses, we try to buy many electronic gadgets, we try to buy the very expensive clothes to present to ourselves that we look beautiful, but we never try to look how healthy I am. This is a major concern of this right now in India, that many of the children, many of the adults, many of the middle-aged people are suffering with the mental health issues. Because we are very much a taboo about talking about our mental health. You can go to a doctor many number of times about your backache, your fever, your BP, your sugar, but you never go to a professional psychologist or psychiatrist to get the checked up. Whether really I am good at psychologically, am I really good at mentally? Why often I keep on getting anger issues with my family as well as with my colleagues and friends? If somebody comes and say, hey, you are getting too much angry on everybody, you are vomiting too much of anger on everybody, people become very defensive about it. Doesn't know me? No, I never become anger. You are making me become anger. See, this is the very commonest conversation people make when you talk about the mental health issues. So time has come. We all need to raise our voice against the mental health issues. Post-pandemic area, we run a center, you and me. It has the two wings. One is the regular mental health issues. Second is the sports wing. We help the players national, international level. At the same time, we also help the people. We have a team of professionals who contains a rehabilitation psychologist, a clinical psychologist, a counseling psychologist like me. And as a team, we keep working on And in the process of these working, we identified. Earlier, we used to have a lot of therapies, but recent past, we identified that. Instead of just therapies, just pushing them into the pills, we have taken a oath to ourselves. Let us make pills-free therapies. Any client who approaches us for anxiety or depression or any obsessions, 99.99% of the clients we never send to a psychiatrist, unless and otherwise it goes to the psychotic issues, then only we will try to send them. But majority of the mental health issues can be addressed with the help of the lifestyle changes, that is the physical exercise, and also we go with the restructuring the thought process of a client with the interaction, having the clinical interview with the client, subjective and objective, then we'll be able to change the inner view of a person. So this is the basic backdrop where India, like a country, very conventional in addressing and understanding about the mental health issues. So let us try to understand what is really mental health, and we all know, people say that physical health is nothing but looking strong, and the physical fitness. Can anybody say what is the physical fitness? Just one or two response. Physical fitness means what? Yeah. Yeah, without ending fatigue. Very good. Give a big round of applause for him. Any other response, better response than him? Little more better response. Please sit down. Please take your seat. Physical fitness. You're all physical education students. You need to come out with your own understanding, answer. Yeah, please, ma'am. Yeah, very good. Very good. Very good. Madam given a very wonderful answer. Please give a big round of applause. See, as per the norms of physical fitness is simple, nothing but after having your regular routine in the life, end of the day, still you have energy and enthusiasm to make yourself comfortable. Then you said that you are physically fit. Physical fit means not having the 6 abs and full muscles. It is not the physical fitness. So you need to check yourself. Many of the teenagers nowadays, they go to the college. By the time they come to the college home, they become totally exhausted. They feel very exhausted and very energyless. They feel, then some people go and sleep. Some people, they become very irritated at home. They are not even, they open a conversation even with their family members also. So you need to check that you are physically not fit. So you all know pretty well that what you need to do for physical fitness, because we have been discussing about the same thing. So what is your mental health then? See, mental health is how a person feels, thinks and behaves. It affects how handle the stress, relate to others and make choices. Mental health is important for the overall health and well-being. See how healthily you are enjoying the day. How you are enjoying the bloom of a flower. How you are enjoying the rain. All kind of things really is really making you feel happy. Then you think that it's a general norm to understand that you are really mentally good. There are some people, they never really smile throughout the day. If they pass on days together also. So for that, you need to raise a question to yourself. Why I become so serious? Why I become so monotonous? Why really I become so much engaged in doing things, even without whispering, without talking, without smiling, without having any iota of happiness inside. This is only the scale you can really make out for yourself. The next comes the self-concept. This is the most important aspect of the self-concept is that many of the people, they really don't have the self-concept itself. This self-concept has the 3 components. One is our self-image, self-esteem, ideal self. These are the three combinations which make you become self-concept. Majority of this, just now Girish brother could tell you about the power of the mind. What you talk to yourself. Many of the children, many of the teenagers, many of the even middle-aged adults also, they keep on talk to themselves. They indulge in self-talk with the negative words. I cannot do anything. I fit for nothing. Whatever I start, it definitely goes to the dogs. I'm a very, my leg is iron leg. Wherever I put it, that going to